Greetings, followers. It is I, Cardinal Sin, and welcome to Midnight 16. And because I can't do this kind of craziness alone, I'm going to bring on Andy Masterson and Cam. Greetings.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Cardinal Sin, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, Andy.
Good evening, gentlemen. I guess it's technically morning.
It is technically morning in the Central Time Zone, yes.
Well, we'll stick with the evening. I'm a night owl. I like night better.
Yeah, I'm a night owl too.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here on the East Coast.
Yeah, that's
in
definitely
New England.
morning.
What are you working on, Andy?
Let's see here.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Let me cut off this big light. You'll probably be able to see it better. Just want to focus in.
Okay,
like
so what are you working on, Andy?
Well, it's going to be a female head sculpt. So I've got Doug Nelson does like really cool cartoon parodies and stuff, and he can knock them out really quick. I like to think of things more in 3 dimensions. So when I see something that really makes me laugh, I try to make like a 3-dimensional version of it. I don't know if I ever told you about this. So when my mother got diagnosed with cancer, we were in the middle of selling our house, and my mother was originally going to move in with my grandmother, but that would not be very good for her health. So she went and bought a condo, and me and my one brother moved in with my grandmother to look after her because she was like 82 years old. And every once in a while, she would invite her sister to come and visit. Well, her sister was always thought she was a little bit better than everyone else.
Yes.
Despite the fact that that her husband came home from 4 years in World War II and met his 2-year-old son. She always somehow thought she was a little bit better than everybody else. So, and she was very passive aggressive, and she would talk like this. She had this lisp, and she was like, and she would start stuff like, "Oh, you let Jill play those drums? Oh."
She sounds like a pre-Valley Girl.
Oh gosh, she was annoying. And so, for my brothers, every year at Christmas, I would start making Aunt Lee Christmas ornaments, and they came in various themes. Like at first, they were just like her raiding the refrigerator, and like because one time she was staying over, and the soap dish fell out of the wall in the bathtub. So of course, like we just kind of went there, like, oh yeah, it just fell out, like she wasn't rubbing her ass against it or something. And so of course, I had to sculpt that in 3D, and I made a few other ones. I made one year it was a Duck Dynasty theme. I made Aunt Lee with the really long beards. I made her with a Star Wars theme where she was Darth Vader, Darth Maul, and Emperor Palpatine with lightning bolts shooting out of her fat ass.
All at the same time?
Well, they would get a different theme every year.
Oh, I see. Right.
One year it was Arnold movie theme. So one got Leona the Barbarian, one got the Leoninator, and one got Commando version. And then I did another one. It was 50 Shades of Grey. Doesn't like seeing like sculptures of a fat old woman in lingerie. So yeah, I kind of have that little warped sense of humor. So
Interesting.
I think that's hilarious.
Oh, when my brother was sick, like he just got done his round of chemo and stuff like that, and so I wanted to do something special for that Christmas. So I set up a game of Jeopardy, and all the questions were based on our hometown, or this little hometown we grew up in. and I had this box in the middle, all gift wrapped, and it was the grand prize of whoever won. And well, hang on 1 second, I'll show it to you.
Excellent. So Andy has memorialized this ant for a number of years in Christmas presents to the other members of his family. This is hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's just twisted enough. Hail Tiger Stripes, dropping in for a short while to cool my head before I hit the hay tonight. Well, welcome.
Hi, Tiger Stripe.
And I agree, Andy is very creative.
Ridiculously creative. I mean, just to go to all this effort to tweak his aunt's nose, it really really is hilarious.
Well,
It's above and beyond.
so we had this grand prize, and my brother Ed, who was the one who was sick, he ended up winning the trivia contest. So the rule was that whoever won this had to display it for a year, and they couldn't give it away. Somebody else had to win it.
Oh my goodness.
So Leona de Milo.
That is art.
You got the ass
eye of the
crack.
beholder, right?
That's amazing.
It is. Yes, please reclothe that thing.
Well, it was funny because I went to my brother Mark's house and his wife like, no, that's not here. So she dressed it.
Greetings, Shooter 8323.
Hail, Shooter.
Hey, what's up, Shooter? So your sister-in-law was like, no, it's got to have clothes.
Oh yeah, that wasn't going to hang out at her house like that.
I love it.
It kind of
That's
makes me think of a Christmas Story and the leg lamp in the window.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, my whole family's like that. My brother Mark actually has the leg lamp at his house. He had hanging on his wall for years. He had the two pictures from Seinfeld of Kramer and George. Like, and George was like, laying there with, like naked under the sheet.
Yeah. Where he was trying to hit on the Photoshop girl.
Yeah.
I think I have to
Tasteful.
tweet. I sent you the link. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, I need to send the invite to Rod Thunderheart.
Rob Thunderheart. Love it when Tom does that.
Yeah, Tom does that so good.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm interested. I keep actually meaning to order Rod's book. I've heard it's pretty good.
See Through Love?
Yeah, I've heard it's really good. I just ordered Dr. Alex's books, the where he continues the adventures of Capaldi as the 12th Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's called Season 12, and then he's done a 13 as well. It's pretty good. I just got those books in the mail, and I've been listening to him read them online. And
I would love to have time to read a book.
Yeah.
Right?
I've been, reading a lot more than I usually do. I get through about 26 pages a night before I fall asleep.
That's pretty good.
But
yeah,
they're all different books. I pick a new book every night.
That's funny. I usually read like 3 books at a time when I'm reading heavily, which I haven't been doing recently. Like I'll read like a history book, that's pretty thick and deep, and then I'll read, maybe
pretty thick and deep, is it?
Yeah, don't you know?
I bet.
and then I'll read like something a little bit lighter, more of like maybe a historical adventure, and then I like to throw in a little sci-fi usually. So I'll pick something up. I just got
Pardon me while
in.
I interrupt you so that I can introduce Rod Thunderheart.
Hail, Rod.
Hey guys.
See you.
Good to see
Glad
you,
to see you
man.
guys. Hey, right on. Hey, Spidey, you made it. Or no, Cam, sorry. Cam.
Hey, no problem.
And Mr. Masterson, good to see you.
How are you, Rod?
Hail Tiki of
I
Doom,
am
who says,
very well.
"Oh shit, it's Cam."
Hey, Tiki of Doom, how's it going, man?
I need to
I'm on pins and needles watching the Canadian and U.S. Olympic women's hockey team. Canada's ahead 4-2 over
Oh,
U.S.
I thought it was.
And
I thought you were saying there was like a Can-Am team.
no, sorry.
I'm sure
No,
the
it's
Canadians are
Olympics.
cleaning their clocks.
It's 4-2, yes, for Canada. And there's 5 minutes left in third period.
America has some great hockey players. We usually import them from Canada.
Yeah, we do, especially
Actually-
here in Vermont.
Actually, you do. Yeah, not that I'm trying to, like I've seen, like 50 to 75% of most American hockey teams are actually consist of Canadians.
Yeah.
Not that I'm, But also, I mean, like, well, we have a bit of revenge seeking for because we lost to you guys in the last Olympics, which is actually the back in 2018.
Yeah, Pyeongchang.
That's right. Yes, we lost to a shootout too. So like it's one of those like
Oh,
came down
man.
like literally like skills.
Yeah,
I don't like shootouts in hockey. It's like no, it should be sudden death or nothing because
I don't like shootouts in soccer, and they're
No.
actually pretty good.
no, and that's actually honestly I think that's kind of like unfair. It's just like literally like the goalie he's going to guard this great big giant space versus like like the attacker with the goal with the ball. No, I don't like it.
It's a sharpshooter against a defensive player who's at a disadvantage to begin with.
Well, I'll tell you
Exactly.
something. I'm a unabashed follower of Sporting Kansas City, and we always have a really good keeper. And during shootouts, we always win because he's just amazing. I mean, he dives to the ball and he catches the ball and holds it in, and he knows where the ball is going to be at any given moment. He's got like extra superhuman
Sensory powers.
abilities. Yeah,
He's a hockey Jedi.
he's almost like
yes, exactly.
a soccer Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, is that Kansas City Football Club, or are you talking about the university?
No, Sporting Kansas City is the MLS soccer team for Kansas City. It
Right
used
on,
to be the Kansas City Wizards.
Nice. Do you know what his name is? Do you know if he played in English Premier League at all or anything?
This one I don't think has. We have had several keepers in Kansas City soccer history that played in the Premier League and all over the world. I think most of the keepers that we've had have been American national team keepers, though.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't follow Major League Soccer as much as I do the Premier League. I don't know. And
I really dig the Premier League myself, but I also really dig the women's national team. They are better than the men's national team, hands down.
Oh yeah, and have been for like a decade.
or more. I mean, I remember going to see the Mia Hamm version,
Oh yeah, she was amazing.
and everybody on that team was amazing. My wife at the time and I went to Chicago because they were playing in Soldier Field, and it was a double header. There was the women's national team, and they were playing against Nigeria, and then there was an exhibition match between Mexico and Ireland, and we were lost. We didn't know how to get to Soldier Field from where we parked, and so we went up to the the cops up there ride horses. And we flagged one down, and I don't usually use this kind of language, but we asked if he could, tell us how to get to the women's national team game and the exhibition match of Ireland versus Mexico, and he said, "Oh, the sticks in the mix, huh?" Relating a story. I didn't say that.
I think it's just funny because it shows you the demeanor of a Chicago cop.
Exactly. Oh, the sticks in the mix, huh?
And you're probably a little dumbfounded and taken back at the moment.
I was. We were both like, no way.
Yeah, he just said that.
Yeah. But then he gave us directions and we left and we didn't have to be with him anymore.
No, but that's old school right there.
Canadian Spider-Man is in the house and he says, "Hey, Cardinal Sin, Rod Thunderheart, Cam, and Andy Masterson. I'll be listening away from the keyboard as I meditate and drift off to sleep for an early day tomorrow. Take care, everyone." Well,
Have
Hey,
a good
thank
hear
you.
from Canadian Spider-Man. I will be missing you.
good to hear
Yeah,
from Spidey. If
Yep.
he's
Yeah.
going to drift off to sleep, he's going to have a rough night, because one of the things that we do here on Midnight to Midnight is
This place punk rock?
we rock the
Music.
house. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So maybe we should start him off with something
Sex Pistols.
A lullaby?
something
lullaby?
a little more
Upbeat? Little something?
something a little more downbeat that won't, like, keep him up.
Okay.
So let's try Pretty Little Liar, the live version.
This next song's about a little liar girl.
We don't know her name.
Actually, I wrote the song about a boy.
I don't know why that's sounding like that. Let's try something else. And welcome, Mark D with a C.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
It's the chief engineer of the Clobbering Times Enterprise. It's very nice
It
to
is.
see you,
Thank
Mark.
you. Yeah, thank you. Just got off with Clobbering Times. He sends his regrets, but he said he's been sitting in the chair way too long today. So
I appreciated his Raid Cardinal Sins channel comment.
yep. So he's getting this big pile of rocks out of the chair. He said going to rest. So yep, great to see everyone. And so TK Doom was asking who that was. So that's your band, right, Gil?
Yeah, that was Wayback Machine Phase 1 with Sean, our singer, and Wayback Machine Phase 2 is with Stephanie, who is our second singer. And
She's incredible.
yeah, she was operatically trained. And
Sean's good. Sean's good. Don't get me wrong, but Stephanie, wow, she has so much rain.
Yeah, she really does. And Sean kind of had more emotional punk rock,
Oh yeah.
whereas Stephanie is more, kind of slick professional singer.
Right. Definitely, man.
So-
Sean has that edge to him. I like it in his voice, man. I was just messing around here. My cat thinks I'm crazy.
Welcome, Douglas Nelson.
Yes, apologies for being so late. I mistakenly didn't see that the link was already in my DM, so I was like, "Hey, I'm wondering when the link's coming." What are you gonna do? But
Cartoonist is never late, nor is he early.
yeah, but
Yes, a Douglas Nelson shows up exactly when he means to.
I guess so. So I see Andy's hard at work.
He is.
Oh,
When isn't he?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we're a bunch of slackers, right? He's making something while he's on.
Yeah,
the
he
thing,
actually
right? Yeah.
produces.
oh, this is going to be.
Hey,
funny
Douglas, you weren't the only one to not get the late link.
Ah,
No, he had it. He only
I had
got
it.
to
I just
late.
didn't see. I didn't catch that.
Oh, okay.
Because he put
okay.
the whole message about the show and stuff in it, and I don't know, for whatever reason, I didn't catch it. I'm like, yeah, I wonder when he's sending the link. It's getting late,
I wanted to ask you, Doug, do you have anything to say about Book of Boba Fett?
Well,
Have you been watching it?
I've been watching it. The first half of the show is absolute crap.
Mm-hmm.
Then it turns into season 3 of The Mandalorian and gets good. and then I don't want to. I don't know if I'm allowed to spoil anything.
Oh,
By
yeah.
now, I'm sure everybody knows.
If you're on Midnight to Midnight, you can spoil whatever you want.
Well,
the
Luke
last
Skywalker
episode.
showed up, so
Not
of
the
course.
last episode. No,
sorry?
7. I'm talking. No, I'm saying 7. Don't ruin 7 if you know it.
I don't think
No,
7's
I don't
out
know
yet.
that one.
It's not out yet.
I don't have.
I
any
didn't know
special-
if you might have gotten a preview or
No.
I've been following it and I've been evaluating it pretty much along the lines that you have. First half is utter despair and crap.
It's just, and that's the thing. I mean, that's and a lot of it is just unnecessary. There's stupid stuff in it, but had they just given Boba Fett a decent narrative, I could have forgiven a lot of the dumb crap that's in it.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't even do that. So if you're not even going to respect your main character, what are you
There's
doing?
very little Boba Fett in the Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, and now, because it might as well because they just trashed his character. Really, they didn't care about him.
So they had that whole arc with the Sand People, and then I guess we're
Yeah.
spoiling. Everyone's seen it by now, but then
Yeah.
all of a sudden the Sand People get wiped out, and
People
that whole storyline.
because he
it's like,
got them wiped out.
he got them wiped out, right? Because he said, "I'm going to go negotiate."
Lawrence of Arabia trip.
Yeah.
This character building arc that was supposed to make up for the lack of explanation about the Sarlacc pit So you go on this arc with them, and then it dead ends, and they all get wiped out. And then he just rides a bantha into town and starts doing something else.
Like a
It's
bantha.
really poorly developed.
Like a panther, State Farm is there. It's like my
He
Joe
goes
Cocker
into town
version.
after that massacre and decides, I'm going to be a good guy mob boss, which I don't know
Yeah,
how you
it's
do
sort
that.
of,
And that's what he does. We don't know why. Apparently, while he was in the Sarlacc pit, he came out and decided, there's got to be a better way to make a living. And then he gets robbed by the Jawas, and then captured and enslaved by the Sand People, whom he later decides they saved me. Well,
I
kind of, sort of, but they actually just they kidnapped you, and it's
And
I thought they were going to do a Superman
and they-
on him.
Separated you from your vengeance against the Jawas to get your armor back,
yeah.
which evidently he didn't know because they knocked him out with a
I
with
guess
the
he
butt
had
of a,
some
you know-
memory loss about what happened. So
Sarlacc vapors.
No,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
because the Jawas, when he reached up to grab one of them, they headbutted him like
yeah. Right.
what is that called when you hit somebody with a gun? Pistol
Cold cock.
whipped.
A pistol
Pistol
whip.
whip.
Yeah. But that's
Butt
not what
stroke?
they did. They did it with
They used the butt of their weapon. It's a butt stroke.
right. We don't want to take that too literally.
Well, it's when you strike someone with the butt of your long gun.
Yes, but it could be taken differently.
Yes.
This is midnight to midnight after all.
Yeah, they're right. It is a quote unquote butt strike.
But at the very least, they should have
butt strike.
It was obviously there apparent for them
STROKE.
to easily craft a narrative of why he might have some sort of concern or care for the Sand People. And I thought, well, they're pairing him up with the little Sand Tuscan kid, And I thought, something terrible's going to happen.
He's going to be his short round, man.
And that's right. And that's going to piss him off so bad. And that's going to be his turning point and that sort of thing. Sure, it's kind of obvious, but at least it would be something instead of the big nothing.
At least if they
you know?
kept some of the characters alive or have the kid alive or something, but that whole plot thread that you invested so much time in just got wiped out.
Yeah,
and
it
it's
goes
almost
nowhere.
like Boba Fett is like aged 20 or 30 years. It's like I could see like old man Boba maybe mellowing out, but this is supposed to be him in his prime right after Empire and he's supposed to be a kick-ass character.
We never saw him with his helmet off in like the Star Wars Christmas special or was it Empire that he was in?
Empire's an Empire.
He's in Empire. He's in
what?
Return. Too.
There's
He
20
could've-
years between Revenge of the Sith and New Hope, so he's not even a teenager at the end of Revenge of the Sith. Or no, it's Attack of the Clones the last time we saw him. So he might be
Yeah,
a
but
little
he
bit
was
older
still
by
a
then.
kid.
So he might be a teenager by the
kid.
time this Sith ends, and then you got another 20 years. So I'm not sure if he would be as old as he is.
He's like 40 years old tops.
Yeah,
But just the way his character's
I-
acting, it's like he's acting like a tired old man right now versus, someone who should be kicking
And
ass.
someone
taking
that
names.
might
No.
someone that might be able to bring some clarity to this is the anime guy. Welcome.
Brandon.
Hello,
Hey, Brandon.
everybody.
Oh.
How's
Hey,
everyone?
anime guy.
How's it
Oh,
going,
pretty good,
Brandon?
man.
I'm doing fine. I have to say it. Rod Thunderheart.
Oh, thank you.
Thunderheart.
All right, I think
Of
we
course,
should all
Mr.
take turns.
Nelson Douglas, how you doing? Mark D, good to see you. Cam,
Finish
Andy
that with
Masterson, and of
author
course,
See Through Love.
Cardinal Sin, good to see
I
you.
really want to read that
Good to
book.
see you.
Rod.
Oh, thanks.
But
Andy.
anyways,
I do.
I came in a smidge late. What's the topic?
got
It's
some books
any
heading my way,
topic,
just
but
now.
I was just asking Douglas if he had any opinions about the book of Boba Fett because it seems to be what everyone's talking about.
Or
Well.
the book of Bubba Fat.
Yeah.
That's what I
The
was going
book
to
of
say.
Belly
The
Fat.
book of Bubba Fat.
I'm not
Hey,
commenting on that one.
Actually,
he's got some challenges.
they showed him with his shirt off, and I thought he was fat, but he's just really broad, and he's got serious, huge pectoral muscles.
Oh, I was joking. He's actually yoked for his body shape and his age. He's very densely muscled. I think he worked out a lot.
Yeah,
He's
I
a good
agree.
shape, yeah.
When I initially saw him, I thought, they could have had him lose some weight over like the summer or whatever it was.
Yeah, he probably did.
It better
I
have.
think he looks more fit now too.
I
than
think
from
that
the
he was
Mandalorian
a lot
appearance.
more
Well,
fit. Yeah.
And say the barrel-chested type guys, that if I could drop about 50 pounds from my stupid stomach, my chest is about 54 inches around. He's got a similar body type to me, so yeah, us broad-chested guys,
Me
it's
too,
so
man.
damn hard to get into anything other than the they used to say, yeah, you gotta have a 6-pack, gotta have an 8-pack. Well, I have a keg. I don't know what else to tell you.
That's so funny because that's exactly what I was thinking. I had an uncle like that, and he was the same way. He lifted weights all the time. He was super fit. He was a cop, you know what I mean? And like he had learned to like get strong to be out on the street, and he lifted all the time. But he would never get very defined. He just became a very, very powerful, round man.
Yeah.
See, a lot of power lifters are the same thing.
Yep.
They're stout. They're not, I mean, like, they don't have a gut, but like they do have, I mean, like they're not like absolutely ripped, defined. But on the other hand, they have the kind of strength that you're just kind of like, Jesus Christ, the guy lifts a car or something like that.
Yeah, don't
Strongman
fight
type
with
guys. They,
Yeah.
from what I remember seeing,
And,
guys that do that type of
let me
competition,
interrupt
they typically
for just
have
long
about
enough to
18%
say
body
welcome
fat.
to Captain Trek.
Hey,
Hello
Captain
there.
Trek.
Captain.
Hi, Captain Drake.
Been a while. How you been?
Hey, Cap. How you doing, man?
Is he
Yep.
muted or?
Is he mic'd or like, yeah?
Well,
Hook your mic up, man. Yeah.
Cone of silence.
Connect your thing.
here's all I'll say about the Star Wars and the book of Fett. Episode 1 through 4 is I made the mistake of watching the first episode. I have not seen those other ones. I did watch the last two. They are definitely better, but there's still that one little thing that's missing. And I made this argument with Coach and Nick at Echo Base a few weeks ago. I'm more convinced now than ever that for something like Star Wars to survive or to thrive properly, it's not designed for TV. It's designed
not
for
at
the
all.
big screen. It's designed
No,
for
not at all.
movies.
You're right.
And I believe that this show is making that point. Get rid of those first 4 episodes. You just go with the last 3. That's the length of a movie. If you retrim it and do a few things, they could have done a Book of Boba Fett movie, 2 movies, hell, possibly even a trilogy, and had it work better than what's happened now.
Unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with the whole Disney Plus model.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's
But,
the
I
problem
Can
mean,
I ask
Disney
anybody? Has anybody seen Doomcock's latest video? Because I will tell you
Yes.
right now. Yeah, because Doomcock answered some of our questions right now. Which is that Boba Fett episode 1 was supposed to be episode 4, but it supposedly the whole reason why the first few episodes exist is because the whole company wanted to throw Kathleen Kennedy under the bus because all those stupid story ideas were her ideas, including the stupid Vespas and everything else like that. Because it's and like it literally everything that he said, it absolutely makes sense. And like all these stupid goddamn ideas, like with the motor scooters that look absolutely completely out of place.
Pristine.
Yeah,
Go Vespa Rangers.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
colored, but,
they're
like, great
characters
out of-
that they're in trouble
out of
because they were
factory.
stealing water, yet they had these beautiful flying Vespa.
I wish my
Yeah.
motorcycle looked that clean. God, I mean, you know
Yeah,
how
no
long
kidding.
it takes to get your
Living in the
motorcycle
desert,
clean
you know?
in
When
the
I
desert.
had-
I mean,
When I had my motorbike, yeah, it
Mine's nice and black with like a silver
it
fender,
didn't-
but like yeah.
it didn't get that clean. They
Yeah, I
look
think
like
they should have
crotch rocket.
called the city most Vespa.
yeah, most Vespans.
Yeah, that's
They look like they
keep
should have been on
walking into it.
Coruscant or a similar planet. I'm in 100% absolute agreement.
And
They are
and by the
completely
way,
out of
I
place.
don't know if anybody else picked up on this, but they were calling them mods because they do body modifications.
yeah.
And then they get onto these scooters, and I'm like, oh, it's a double entendre. And I don't think anybody else got that.
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Doug, what do you think?
Well, where will the rockers show up too? I don't know. But
Maybe they'll just have mockers show up.
yeah, maybe that's what it'll. Yeah, well, that's pretty much what it is. So yeah, it does make sense because it's night and day between the cutoff between the first 3 or 4 or what have you into the others. It's 2 completely different shows. So and the early episodes appear to be a lot of it slapped on, I guess, except some of the saying people stuff, but the rest of it is just it's almost CW level slapped together trash.
It is
And-
CW level trash.
Yeah,
It-
yeah.
it is. It's not like it is. You could have hired the CW goons, and they probably
They might have
I
done
don't
it
know if they
better.
could have done worse. But,
Yeah, like even escaping the Sarlacc pit was not well done. I would have liked to see more of that, or like it was like you
Well,
can't dig yourself out
way
of the sand like that.
It
was
seemed
just-
to me was that he didn't have any like spare oxygen in his suit when he woke up, and he needed oxygen not only to breathe but to make his flamethrower work. So, to me, having the stormtrooper there that he could get an oxygen supply from was there to advance the story.
a little too convenient.
Except
That was
how
okay,
did the
but they-
stormtrooper get there?
They didn't show enough. They didn't show enough. Is my point. Like they didn't show enough of how he escaped.
Yeah.
It was like boom, and he's crawling through the sand. Like
I was
just
okay
wanna
with
see-
it. I
It was just
I don't.
That's
I
just
don't
me
wanna
being
get
that's
too.
nitpicky, I guess.
I don't want to get too caught up in like flashbacks and shit like
Yeah.
that. It's
How did
sort of
what I got to
just-
know is how
just
did Max
enough to-
Rebo survive? How did Max Rebo survive the barge explosion?
Max Rebo knows.
Yeah,
He
Max
knows.
Rebo. Max Rebo's a force of nature.
Yes, Max
Um,
Rebo is badass. What more can we say? The right place at the right time and the wrong place at the right time.
Exactly. And I was actually just about to share my screen so that I could show you Cam with his midnight to midnight
Nice.
mug.
Oh, cool! Look at that.
Very nice.
I was gonna
Nice
I was gonna
merch.
do a live advertisement. I was just gonna go.
Oh.
Even when I'm not drinking coffee, I can't go anywhere without my midnight to midnight mug by Cardinal
Yep.
Sin. Along with the little Bushmills.
Hey, funny you should mention. I've got a little
It makes
Bushmills
for-
going here in my midnight to midnight pint glass.
Nice.
Nice.
It makes for a tasty treat.
It does.
Oh,
It makes a
it's
tasty
with the
horse
baking
feather.
soda.
Oh, nice. Oh.
And is Jennifer Beals
Sweet.
going to make it to the next episode of?
I can only hope. God,
Yeah.
she's still so smoking
I
hot.
know that was amazing. Yeah. So
Even with
No,
the
that's a double entendre because the last time
Yeah.
I saw her, she was smoking all right.
yeah, even
She
with
needs
the
to get rid of Justin
butt on her
Karaoke.
head.
I hope she can survive like Max Rebo does. I mean,
Yeah.
no kidding.
See, it's already. There's
look,
no
if
excuse.
Cal-
She needs to survive.
Well, what I've
Palpatine
heard
can survive
is that
aggravation.
she knew she was going to die when she got the scripts.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And
Probably.
Jennifer Beals, does she get a lot of roles these days?
No.
Not as many as she used to. So
she was in the Taken
that's
TV
right.
series. She was pretty good in that.
Kind
I
of been
thought.
out of there, yeah.
Anyone
Taken?
watch the Taken TV series? That was
the
pretty good.
one from like the 2000s,
I can't remember. It was a while ago.
the
but it
one
was
about
2 or 3
alien
seasons.
abduction.
No. It was the
Liam
movie
Neeson.
taken.
The Liam Neeson one.
TV series.
Oh, they
So it
made a
went
series
back.
off of the
His
Liam
origin.
Neeson.
I have
What?
the first.
Really?
I have
Yeah,
the first
it was
season,
really
but I haven't
good.
Oh my
watched
God.
it yet.
They told his origin, and Jennifer Beals is on that show. So
Oh yeah, she's
Yeah.
she's still really beautiful and comely and all of that, but by Hollywood standards, she's a little long in the tooth.
She doesn't look it.
I don't know.
Not even close. I agree. But
They-
I thought her ears were
screw
looking
you,
great.
Hollywood.
They showed her a little cleavage, which I was more than happy to see. I will admit right now, in front of God and everybody, that I am a toxic male, and I've had a hard on for
Me too.
Jennifer Beals since
Oh,
whatever her big breakout movie was.
Flashdance.
Forever
Yeah.
and a day ago.
Yeah.
What a feeling.
Oh yeah. Oh. Shit,
Wasn't
yeah.
it Blade 2 or Blade 3?
She was in Blade.
Oh yeah,
Really?
she's in Blade with oh Jesus. Oh jeez. I'm totally blanking right now.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes.
You're talking Blade with Wesley Snipes?
Yeah, he
And,
was in it, wasn't he?
I feel such an idiot right now. Can't think of his name.
Chris Jefferson?
Boba Fett.
No, the blonde-haired guy. He just played.
Was he a bad guy?
Deadpool.
The
You're
mo-
thinking
talking
of
movie or
he's
TV?
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds?
Ryan Reynolds. Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Well, that's Blade 3.
just
That's Blade
continued,
3.
Oh,
I
the
have-
Blade
Right.
Trinity.
Frank,
Uh,
Trinity.
but yeah,
I don't
Jeremy
care what
Renner
anybody says. I love that movie.
and Ryan Reynolds.
No,
It's-
you know,
It's not as good as
there
the
were
first
some things
two, but it's still a good movie.
Oh yeah.
there were some
I'll
things I
take
disliked
Blade over
about it. Was
most
like, it was okay. I still liked it though.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just looking.
You're thinking of Jessica Biel though. That's Jessica Biel.
That's right. Yeah.
You're
That's
mixing up
right.
the-
That's right.
You're
Nice
mixing up.
catch.
You're mixing
Nice
up the hot
catch.
women.
Mixing up
I've done that
deals.
before too.
I'm looking at Jennifer Beals thing
Jennifer
here
Beals
on
and Jessica Biel's. Yeah.
from
B.I.
from search.
Jessica Biel, yeah.
Blade. Yeah.
Jennifer Beal is
I-
58, and she
Yeah.
does not look it.
And she's the
I
same
loved her in that
age
movie
as
with,
Ming Na Wen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ming Na Wen doesn't
Yes,
look
she
it
is.
either.
Yeah.
Neither one of them
Yeah.
do. Holy cow! Yes.
Hey Andy, what
The
are
random
you
man
working on
says
there? It looks like you're working
blonde-haired
on a
guy
Ferengi.
must be Dolph Lundgren.
What was that?
I have a feeling he's working on a leg joint or something. Oh no, that's
Oh.
a head.
Yeah,
That's
the
a-
character
yeah,
head looks like a Ferengi.
That's
thought it
not
was
very
like a
nice.
Nosferatu.
It's his aunt.
No, I.
Well, let's say it's the ears, but then
Well, I'm
No.
cheating a little bit because, like, when you do these
Awesome.
female figures, they wear a wig that goes over the back with rooted hair.
Ah.
So,
So you don't have to do the entire head sculpt.
well, I made a mold of an existing head, and I just kind of like took the face off, and I left there's a little groove in there. That way, I don't have to try and like match that. So-
That's the hairline.
Yeah, that's the hairline. Will be up there.
You're a wizard, Andy.
Thank you.
This is true.
yep. He's a
Everyone-
wizard,
everyone
Cardinal.
knows it's
He's
true.
a wizard.
Yes,
Amazing
Ming Na
work,
Wen
yeah.
is 58. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's a gilf.
Oh yes,
Even older than me.
without question or hesitation.
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
And think of the stunt work she still does too. I mean,
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he's in great
amazing.
shape.
It's
You know,
amazing what
I think based on what I saw her do in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I think she does a lot of her own stunts.
Yeah.
Because there aren't a whole lot of women her size that can, pull off what she can pull off.
no, she's in great shape.
I mean,
yeah.
she's
so that
a-
makes the
she's-
role even more believable too. When
Andy
she
will
did some
probably
great
back
stuff
me
with
up on
Agent
this.
Shield,
She is a full-fledged martial artist and an actress.
Yeah, I don't know what she trained in or when. I know she did some like mocap work when she did Mulan, but I had never
She's
heard
trained in kung fu, isn't she?
I would imagine. I'll have to look that up now.
I would
I
imagine
mean,
she'd
that's
be something
that's kind of woke of me. I shouldn't say that. Just because she's got a Chinese name doesn't mean.
But she said I've heard her say that she's trained before, and also Coulson, what's his name? The actor is also trained too in martial arts. Clark
He
Gregg,
is?
yep. So he was talking about
Really?
having his training in martial arts help him with. Of course, he doesn't fight as much, but he always looks good on screen. Like if you compare like the original Daredevil
For a dead
movie,
guy, yeah.
yeah, you can see how Ben Affleck is just so horrible as Daredevil in terms of his motion and physicality, and
It was just a bad idea for a movie.
yeah. But
Just
when
remember, when you go to Tahiti, it's a wonderful place.
right?
The
other thing that was creepy.
I'm
about
sorry to
this
interrupt, guys, but I fucking love Daredevil. I'm sorry. It was like when I compare
movie?
Ben Affleck Daredevil, yes, actually,
With
when I compare Ben Affleck,
Jennifer Garner.
yes, when I compare Ben Affleck Daredevil to
Charlie Cox.
I can't even remember Rex Murphy. No,
Charlie Cox. Charlie
Rex.
Cox.
Rex. I think it was Rex Reed. Whoever. Rex somebody or other who played Daredevil in the Incredible
Hulk. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You mean
Yeah,
the one
no,
with
honestly-
with Bill Bixby?
Yeah. When
Trial
I
of
compare
the
the two,
Incredible Hulk.
Why are we talking about a show from the 70s?
Because we're old.
because you
Well,
brought
it was
up
actually
first of
the
all
90s.
how bad that Ben Affleck was in Daredevil, and I'm simply comparing how good Ben Affleck
Well,
was.
why don't you
compared
compare him to somebody
Rex,
like Charlie Cox?
because I'm comparing
That
the
Daredevil
past.
was the best of all the Daredevils.
Well, actually,
And the reason why his is the best is because Ben Affleck did better than the previous one. They build, and they build, and they build.
Well,
Each
I
one
suppose
gets better.
I
that's
did
true,
I
but-
did like the movie, and I did like the director's cut. I would say to watch the director's cut, but I think Affleck.
Oh, I didn't
was
know
just-
there was a
Absolutely.
director's cut.
What I was trying to
Yes,
say was like
get the
Affleck's-
director's cut, Cardinal Sin.
Yeah,
See that, but that holds the story way stronger than like the 90-minute version.
But what I was trying to
This
say
version-
was the martial arts of Affleck compared to Garner, like just as a character, like that scene where he's on the the playground. You can
Oh,
see he's
God.
nowhere as good as Garner. Just in real life, the physicality of the character.
I personally can't stand Jennifer Garner as an actor.
Yeah, she's
Oh, that might be why you avoided it. I get it.
I think that she's ugly, and I think that she's
Wow, that's
uh,
hard.
Really?
really,
I don't
think she's
really,
ugly.
like ungainly.
Lord.
Like she doesn't move correctly.
Cardinal, the
You know?
director's cut cuts out the romance scene, the whole storyline of the romance. So you
Oh,
might
that's
actually
good.
You might actually enjoy it more. That
I
way.
might,
And
yeah.
it had some courtroom scenes.
I mean,
and
I like the special effects. I really liked the rain. When it started to rain, he could see her for the
Yep,
first time.
that was cool.
And had some cool stuff. But man, Charlie Cox, he is Daredevil, man. Evidently, because they're bringing him into the MCU.
No, he was very good too. Yeah.
Along with
Yes or no? 25% different. Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio, right?
Yep.
They'll put him in the yellow suit.
into the M. She puke. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so
I
I
just
don't
want a
know,
good
like
Hot
you said.
Toys Daredevil figure.
we'll see. But
Random Menace
That's what I
says,
say. Yes,
I prefer
exactly. You know.
Charlie's
mean, my
Angels to
God.
Charlie Cox.
Yeah, Doug. Yeah, no, Doug. I agree with you. You know, it's just kind of like this sounds good, but I do have some questions.
I
You
know.
know?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, Alias was written by underlings
Tiki
of
of Doom. I think you mean
Jar
Lions.
Jar Abrams.
Well, yeah, Alias was a bad robot production. So.
Yeah, Alias was
Cinematic
garbage.
Antichrist did that.
Was that the
A
90s?
sad
or was-
robot production, really.
Yeah.
But the one, before I forget, the one thing that was kind of weird about this new Mandalorian episode, I read that Luke Skywalker, aka Mark Hamill, was totally computer generated, and his voice actually was computer generated. They fed all his vocals from Star Wars into this computer algorithm,
Rex
computer
Smith,
program,
Yeah, thanks.
and
Thanks, Don.
generated. Everything was generated, even his voice. So although he's
Jeez
credited,
Louise.
they said it was 100% computer generated.
Who said
yeah.
that?
And I saw an
I read-
article today that they're casting a new actor. That they've already cast him.
A new voice actor?
A new actor to be Luke.
A new stand-in, basically.
It was a stand-in,
Yeah,
right? Because they're
goody.
going to cover. Yeah, because they have a stand-in that covers his face, but like they said, he didn't record any dialogue for this episode of
That
Mandalorian.
seems really odd to me.
I
Well, you know,
think this
'cause-
guy's going to take his place. Is what the article led me to believe.
There's a
Or,
lot.
like, you know-
There's a lot of YouTube videos up right now showing like there's like deep fakest picture of a deep. This is a deep fakest photo of a deep fakest photo of somebody's face, which I have to agree with. Like they showed it too, and like it literally like you can kind of see like the face kind of like ghosts over whoever it is, playing Luke, and
The video
it doesn't-
of Luke Skywalker in the most recent episode, I thought was miles better than
yes.
The
season
30
finale.
seconds that he was in the rescue.
Yeah.
But
This looks like Shamook's technology or his. This
Yeah,
looks more like
it
his
is.
handiwork. And
it
as
is.
far
They
as
hired hired him away from Collider.
yeah. Well,
Because
it
they
paid
made
off.
they made a
needed him.
deep fake like sizzle reel
Yeah, they're the ones that
for
did the
him
really good
for
Luke, but
Yeah.
Lucasfilm, and they picked him up.
Yeah,
but-
they needed him more than he
They
needed
had to.
them. That's
That's
for
true.
sure.
They finally did something wise.
Yeah, the voice part though.
Oh, the guy has skill.
Yeah, the
Despite,
voice.
I don't know
part-
what checkboxes he.
Well,
might
the
have
other
managed
thing
to
is,
do, but-
with the rescue, they had Mark Hamill in there, but they had to sneak him in. He was only there for one day, and then they had to sneak him out so that nobody would see him, and that's why that deep fake is so bad.
It was really quick. I heard. Yeah.
But then, they've purchased the rights to his image from him, and I guess I thought that he would do his own voice work because he's a voiceover artist, and he has been since before he was in Star Wars, and I'm pretty sure that he can pull off a younger version of him with no
I
problem.
don't know. His voice has gotten pretty gravelly over the years.
Well, that's because the only time you hear him is when he's imitating Harrison Ford and says, "Okay, kid, you better try that again."
or trying to be the Joker playing Skeletor, trying to be the Joker again.
God,
Or,
yeah, that
or
was
you-
bad.
whatever. But I mean,
Yeah.
I can't think of anything better
but
than
there's means
to
of,
use
you
Mark
can-
Hamill and
I
then
think he's forgotten
maybe
how to talk
switch
like
things
himself.
up with his voice computer wise. Take the pitch down or up or whatever.
Run it through the AI algorithm to
Yeah.
to closer to mimic how he sounded back in the 80s.
Exactly.
Well, you know how that Val Kilmer lost his voice through because of cancer.
Throat cancer,
God
yeah.
bless Kilmer.
Yeah,
They've, they've recreated his
Has anyone
voice.
seen Val? Have you seen the documentary or the
Oh
autobiographical
yes, yes.
documentary?
Me and my
Val?
brother did. Yeah.
No,
That's
I haven't.
amazing. It's really, really
It
Val
is.
good. I
Kilmer's son
recommend it.
dubbed that.
I wrote a review for it for the Phantasmagorium show. It's excellent autobiographical film.
I heard
Yes,
I
they
that.
appreciate it, but I mean, I also
son
find it a
dubbed
little bit
that.
a
Is that
lot
not
of
true?
sad, really.
It's actually uplifting. It's not depressing. He's very upbeat about his situation and his life. I mean, he was the youngest kid to ever be accepted at Juilliard.
Yep.
And he made a lot of movies and was a huge star. And he does not allow himself to wallow in his own self-pity.
I don't know. I mean, like
Yeah, he's a pretty positive
yes
guy.
and no.
He is.
I get it, and and good for him. But I mean, like, that's still kind of not really what I got out of it. I was just kind of like, all I could do was just feel sorry for the guy. I just kind of like, geez.
No,
Well, I mean,
where
I get
are
how
my
great he is.
mods?
I understand that's
Yeah.
a strong spirit
I
to
feel
say
bad
that, to
for
say
him,
it like
but,
that.
But I don't think
But
he
I'm-
feels bad for himself. I didn't get that out of
Okay,
it.
all right. I won't deny that. Yeah.
The only
but I still
mod
kinda
that
like,
I have is Canadian Spider-Man, and he's asleep.
He got a rough deal,
Uh,
and I think he deals. He works through it, and he has come to peace with what his life is and what his legacy is. And yes, when you see him,
Are we still talking about Canadian Spider-Man?
Well, we were talking about
No, he's talking about Val.
We were talking about like when he's doing those tombstone the showings of the movies, and he's meeting the fans and he's signing the autographs. Yeah, there's a moment where you feel bad for him, but I don't think he ever feels bad for himself.
For whom? Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer.
Oh, Val Kilmer. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate Val Kilmer. The one performance of Val Kilmer that I enjoyed was The Spartan.
Okay.
I just...
The Spartan? I never even seen that.
And he was good in The Doors. He was good in The Doors. I'm just
Real
not
Genius?
a big Val Kilmer fan.
Real Genius?
Real Genius?
My two things,
I
like
also
Real Genius,
don't like...
Real Genius and Top Secret.
Top Secret.
I
oh my
also...
God, Top
yeah,
Secret,
he was
one
good
of
in
my
Top
favorite
Secret.
movies.
He was good in Top Secret.
Hold on. A 6-inch nail and a 4-inch board, and I'll nail together a bookcase for you with my penis.
As long as there are 2x4s on the other side.
Hell yeah. I've used that line on many a night.
I'm sure you have.
That's genius of you.
I got a 10-inch penis.
Douglas, since I know for a fact that you're only going to be with us for a little while, excuse me, I wanted to ask you if there was anything from the pop culture breakdown that you felt like you didn't get to talk about, or something that's occurred to you since.
Oh, well, I had to leave early from that too.
Yeah.
So we went over Boba Fett and all that, but I missed out on the discussion of Peacemaker, which is a show that I was rather cold to at first, but man, it won me over. It's an excellent show. It's hilarious.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Probably it's I think it's better than Deadpool in a lot of ways, with just that style of humor and whatnot, that it's there's a lot of violence, but it's laughed at and all that sort of thing. And but the cool thing about it is every aspect of a take on anything is made fun of. It's mocked, and that's what you do with something like this. And John Cena surprised me. He performs very well. He plays this character to a T as this sort of lovable idiot who wants to be a superhero so bad, but he's just terrible at it. And just all of that, and just the psychosis of all the different characters in it is plays out really well. However, he is upstaged by a pet eagle in the show.
Eagly!
Yes, Eagly steals the show every time he's there. It's like, oh my God, they better not kill Eagly. But it's possible.
Is that like Huey? Huey and Eagly?
No, it's an actual bald eagle.
Yeah, it's a
It's his pet.
The pet bald eagle.
Because he's a real American hero. He's got to have an eagle. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what is the show about?
Well, it's a spinoff from the Suicide Squad film, where he got recruited into the Suicide Squad, and he survived that just barely. And then now he's on a mission that's off the books and everything by Amanda Waller, and she's recruited her own daughter into this. And turns out there's this quiet little alien invasion going on by these insect people who will take over human bodies through any orifice. Yeah, yes, that does include your butthole.
Oh,
and
that reminds me of a movie that I watched last night.
It could be. Yeah.
It was a really low budget movie that was basically an Alien ripoff, and it had Bruce Willis in it, and it was on Amazon Prime.
For 3 minutes. It had Bruce Willis for 3 minutes.
Hey, what's it called?
No, he was in the whole movie.
Oh no!
Until he got killed.
What's it called?
I've just been hearing lately that Bruce Willis is doing these films where he collects $1 million of film and basically he
phones it in.
Like 5 minutes.
Unfortunately, they spent the entire budget of this movie on his salary, because the rest of it was garbage.
Exactly. This is my point.
What was it called?
God, what was
Up
it
the
called?
Up the butt.
That's not the newlywed game.
Butt was safe.
But yeah, the
I'm going to have
butterflies
to
like
go
going
through
up
my
people's
Amazon
asses.
history to find out. It was one of those
Well,
things
if you
that
have two
suggested
films
to
like
you,
that,
you
it
know,
wasn't number 2.
because you've watched X, you'll like Y. And I was like, why will I like Y? And I started watching it, and I was like, I really want to walk out on this movie, but I'm in my own home.
Well, that's when you can.
Where's the stop button?
Yeah.
Go make popcorn.
Yeah, but it was
Well.
good enough that I kept watching, you
I'm
know.
hoping it would resolve itself.
It kind of got better, and then it got to a point where it was definitely an Alien ripoff, except, and yes, I'm going to spoil it because it's really not worth any of you watching it. It was the alternate ending of the original Alien movie. And for anyone that doesn't know, they were originally planning on having an alien get into the escape pod vessel, whatever it's called. I know it has a name too. I'm just not that big a alien freak to know the name of the shuttle. But
Right up.
the original ending was that Ripley was going to die, and the alien was going to go to Earth in the shuttle. And fortunately, even though Dan O'Bannon and Ridley Scott thought that would be awfully edgy, the guys at Fox kind of talked him down out of the tree. And they were like, "No way! That's a really downer ending." So thank goodness they talked him out of it.
But
All
the
I can
Bruce
say is
Willis
that kinda
movie
reminds
decided we'll show him how to do it, and did that.
Yeah.
Ah,
It was kind of a cross between Alien and Passengers. Have you seen that movie Passengers?
No, but
No.
all
Yeah.
I'm picturing right
Yeah, it's
now
kinda
is
creepy,
you
too,
against
really,
the large
honestly.
screen in your house, just banging on it, asking for your money back.
Yeah.
I saw it in the theater and I saw it at home. I'll be honest, I didn't completely hate it. You know, I mean, like, because when you honestly think about it in the grand scheme of things, let's face it, all of us guys would have done the same goddamn thing. You know, but I mean, like, honestly, because I said, you got to think about the guy, like, he's in the middle of space. He's never going to see anybody else for the rest of his goddamn life. You know, but, suddenly, like, he sees somebody and he kind of sees, like, like what her life was like and everything. And, like, well, what guy wouldn't fall in love, But, I mean, I get it, I get it. It's basically like a stalker wakes a woman up that he quote unquote falls in love with. I mean, which is no different than like a guy walking down the street. He sees her and he just follows her and follows her and follows her, and then like he manages to sort of like bring her into like, hey, I met you, sort of thing. And then, like, they go from there. I get it, but I mean, like, honestly, like, I'm serious. When you look at it from a guy's perspective, I'm sorry, but like,
What was he supposed to do?
we probably would do that,
Yeah, just not with the plank wood.
All right.
okay,
I'm only doing this because it's been requested by Tiki of Doom.
No.
I'm going to make myself big for a change.
Oh, you're gonna know that Christopher Walken? Yes, do it.
Christopher Walken in Passengers.
Knock it out,
I
man.
I don't have any dialogue from Passengers. But
Well, what about the Alien knockoff movie? Instead of
I can't even remember what it's called.
Oh, God damn it! All right, Alien, you're what's his name? Dallas's character.
I think I'm going to go instead with the Blade Runner auditions that didn't make it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All these moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die. There you go.
Wow. And they
God, I
went with
love that
Rutger
movie.
Hauer.
I'm
that
glad I
movie
muted
so
because
good.
Thanks, Chris. That was great. We'll get back to you.
I'm glad I muted because I would have.
Not so impressed, huh?
No, I was goddamn laughing. That's why I couldn't.
Solo, not so much.
I am
I
a
mean, you can
huge
totally
Galaxy
believe
of
he's
Terror fan, Brian Hepburn, and Hale. And the Lost Boys is cool.
Oh,
See, I was never a
80s
Lost
classic.
Boys person.
Oh yeah,
which is really sad that they're trying to remake it again.
yeah,
Well,
they
they
need
have
to do
to
that because you'll never get the
Yeah,
two
see.
Corys back
No.
Never.
unless you
Yeah,
have a
no.
necromancer on staff.
Yeah, exactly.
Not even that. Not even that.
All right, I got a question.
Uh huh.
Did any of you seen either the original movie version of Agatha Christie's what was it?
Death on the Nile.
Not the Death on the Nile.
Murder on the
That's the
Orient
new one that's
Express?
coming up. The other one that was remade a few years ago.
Orient Express.
Murder on the Orient
Yes,
Express.
Murder on the Orient Express.
Yes. Yeah,
The
I'll be
original-
honest. I actually like the original, like the 1980s version.
That's not the original.
I mean,
But I've seen
oh,
that
okay.
one.
Oh, sorry. I'm not okay. I didn't mean okay. I know because it was like the the first remake. But like,
The one,
Yeah.
no, like
the one with
honest,
Sean
honest,
Connery in it.
The one with Sean Connery.
Sean Connery
Yeah.
is in that movie.
I'm not. I'm not sure. I have to now. I have to see it again because like no, there was no named actor in it. It was
Trust me, I'm in
it
the
was a
film.
Yeah, he's in
Well,
it.
he's in
I
one.
can't remember
I need-
the name of the guy that plays Hercule Poirot, but
no.
I really, really liked it, and I saw the more recent one, and it was all right. I like the guy that plays Hercule Poirot. He's really good, but they're
Hercule
releasing
Poirot.
they're releasing Death on the Nile, and when I went and saw Spidey for the third
It's Kenneth
time,
Branagh.
they had a preview for
Kenneth
it.
Branagh made the last two films. He's also directed and written them. Well, he wrote the screen adaptation. But it's Kenneth Branagh, and he also plays Hercule Poirot.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
modern
Kenneth
film.
Branagh.
He's the current one in these movies that they're doing.
And the director. Surprise.
Yeah. Well,
His Henry the
Oh,
Fifth is-
Kenneth Branagh.
yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Henry
kind of
the
random.
Fifth is excellent. When he does
The no-legged guy from-
speech.
No-legged guy.
He's got legs.
Well,
He knows
okay,
how to
but like
use
they're
them.
robot legs on Wild Wild West.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
So when I saw the preview for this at Spider-Man, the third time I went and saw it, so about 2 weeks out after the opening, the preview for it looked it did look ridiculously good. I really like
I'm
I
hooked.
really like the
I
Hercule
wanna see it.
Poirot character. So
Wow,
Yeah.
I'm blown away by the stuff that in the middle of a live stream, Amazon Prime is suggesting to me, and I'm like, God, I'd really like to watch all this stuff. I'm still trying to find what it was that I watched, so I'll get back to you on that.
The alien knockoff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, I forget who. Like it was the guy who played Hercule Poirot.
Hercule,
in-
Hercule
Yeah, in-
Poirot.
Hercule. Yeah, right. Yeah, no,
Hercule.
yeah, my French. Yeah.
Yeah, I got your French right here, Rod.
And our favorite guy, Ruin Johnson, copied that movie with Knives Out, which was a huge hit.
He's
And I
actually
guess he got a
Belgian.
3 or 4 picture deal with.
You're right.
I
Actually, he
can't
did.
watch
He
a
copied
thing
it.
that
He
man does.
he certainly was able to assemble a fantastic cast.
Yeah.
Steal from the best.
I'll admit it. I actually bought a copy of Knives Out because I heard it was really good,
It was
and
good.
I watched it mostly because I love the cast. And it
didn't.
wasn't bad, you know. It wasn't a Star Wars movie, but it wasn't bad.
I actually, yeah, my brother and I saw it too, and we actually, I mean, like, while it, again, it wasn't like Star Wars bad or anything like that, and like, but on the other hand, I looked at it too. It's like it was also the goddamn
Oh, okay.
cast.
I have the name of the alien knockoff movie that no one should ever see. Bruce Willis stars in the action-packed sci-fi thriller Breach. Fleeing from a devastating plague on Earth, an interstellar ark comes under attack from a new threat, a shape-shifting alien force intent on slaughtering what is left of humanity.
All right, so
And Thomas Jane from The Expanse is in it as well.
And the Punisher.
Okay.
And the rest of it is just like Doctor Who from the 70s. You know, you can see the walls move when they close the door. They actually put up a photograph for several frames of what was supposed to be, you know, like what they were seeing through the windshield of the spacecraft that they were in. And it was like toward the beginning of the movie, and I'm like, really? Is it going to be this bad? And it was that bad.
Well, the problem also is like it's not that it's a bad special effect or anything like that. It also comes down to the fact like technology has gotten so goddamn good. Like I mean, like you look at anything from the 80s, 70s, and well, you know, 60s. You know, I mean, you can kind of you know, I mean, like you look at like Batman with like Adam West, and like you can see the goddamn strings on the plate, or rather on the home plate where the Joker managed to springboard himself out of jail. Yeah, I love that. But you know, like
you're talking about the
I mean,
60s Adam West version.
Yeah.
Yes, the 60s
Some days
Adam
you
West
just
Batman.
can't get rid of a
That's
bomb.
Batman was my first word. Batman was literally my first word.
Like, honestly, like
my parents put my crib next to the TV, which explains a lot, right?
right?
Yeah, those Radiation Kings and like
Yeah.
like, those things is like, you know,
My sister and
you know,
my
I mean-
brother would come home from school, and it was in syndication, so they'd play it in the afternoon, and they'd go na 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 na, and I'd go Batman.
And it was in color. Imagine
How
that.
many
the show
how
was
many
in
people
color
do you
back
know whose first word was Batman? I mean, come on.
No one else.
But no. Yeah. But no, my point being is it's just simply was like the technology's gotten so good that like you have to work harder to hide the special effects, because I see what they're saying. You know what I mean? I mean, because like let's face it, way back in the day, you know, like those old CRT, the cathode ray tube televisions, you could easily hide like the strings that were keeping like the vibrating bass.
And now with all the 4K remastering, you can see the strings.
And like I mean,
You can't hide
now
anything.
you look back on it, you can see that. You know, like you can see the mustache on Cesar Romero.
Caesar Romero. Yeah.
Caesar
Romero.
Yeah.
Hey, Herc
You know, I
130
mean,
is here.
You know, I mean, whereas like, I mean, back in the 70s and hell, even the 80s, you still couldn't really tell. Hey, the guy had a mustache. You know,
Why
I mean,
they could remove that digitally, do it like a better job than they did with Superman. But
Andy, why do you look like you're behind a lens with Vaseline on it?
That's a good question. Bring this thing off.
that's a beautification lens, right?
All right. I got one for you.
oh,
I
maybe
got
you
one
better
for you.
clean
Are you-
off
are
the
you-
lens there.
Andy, are you trying to
Andyman?
tell us something?
From beyond the veil. Let's see.
All right, there we go. All right, I've got one for you. When it goes
right.
to new 4K masters, if I remember correctly, the last time that I saw you, Cardinal, I was selling my place. Well, we sold, we moved. I'm in my new spot. I actually have a few things in the back of me, and I'm going to shocking, turn on the camera. You ready? Camera on. Oh, wait, the camera's on. Wait a second. Camera's on. Hold on.
Andy,
There we go. All right.
that's really loud.
Yeah, that is.
sorry.
That is.
It sounds like you're taking sandpaper to your microphone.
That's what I thought was going on.
All right.
Okay, Brandon, what you got?
And you still look at you're in the middle of
I'm
like
gonna make
30
you
below
big,
weather,
buddy.
man.
All right. Well, I can finally start collecting again. And I picked up the 4K collector's box.
Ooh. Nice.
Yeah. Now, here's something that was just found out. Saw an article a few weeks ago, and I covered it on my show. There's a scene from this movie.
I think we're burying the lead. You have a show?
Yeah, I started up my channel again.
Can you tell us about it?
Yep, it is Brandon the Anime Guy, and I talk anime, and so far it's been a lot of fun. It's been going pretty good. It's building fairly quickly, and
if you'll drop the link into the private chat, I'll share it in the public chat. Absolutely. Because I'm still without any mods.
And
I'm sure that shouting the fact that I don't have any mods isn't going to bring me any mods.
You could mod one of us, Cardinal, if you want.
That's true.
I was on Brandon's channel this weekend. He had 24/7 Fusion Media on, and we were talking, anime and comics, and it was a really good time. I recommend everyone subscribe to Brandon's channel.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, like I said, you put it in the
like I said,
private
on the channel,
chat, and we will.
Between if I want to know something about anime, I look up Brandon and see if he's done a review, and if I want to know something about comics, I look up either Clobberin Times or 24/7 Fusion Media.
Yeah, they're the guys that.
So please subscribe to Brandon the Anime Guy.
Thank you. Here's the thing. Since this was remastered in 4K, there was an Easter egg that's been hiding pretty well in plain sight for 30 years, but because of VHS, Laserdisc, DVDs not having quite the quality that a fully crisp new 35 has, they missed it. Well, there's the scene where Tetsuo is in the hospital starting to get
I think
worked
you
on.
mean Tetsuo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting.
They don't
tired,
put the same accent on the second syllable like we do.
Yes, that's right. There's a piece of machinery that has a warning sign on it that has Anglified Japanese script. No one noticed it before or translated it until now, and it basically says it's basically a complaint from one of the animators saying, "Why am I putting so much detail into something that no one's ever going to see?"
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Nice.
I love that.
Yeah. It's
nice catch.
Well, now we know.
Yeah. That we do. So I've got my little
and
spot
you'll
with
find
all my little stuff on there, and
interesting Easter eggs and anime secrets at Brandon the Anime Guy. His channel is to die for.
Well, thank
Great
you.
that you're back.
Chef's kiss.
I remember the first time I got a Blu-ray, and I was an early adopter of DVDs, and I had like a computer that could play a DVD. You had to buy that Sound Blaster.
I actually
card.
had a Laserdisc player.
Yeah, and so when I bought Stream Brain. What's the movie? Blade Runner, right? So I had, of course, I had the VHS tape of Blade Runner, and I had the DVD of Blade Runner. Then I bought the Blu-ray. I'm like, I'm going to compare it to the computer. I had the computer on. It was the first Blu-ray. I'm like, I'm going to see if this is worth it. The extra money. That scene where they're flying in? There's a pyramid-shaped building with all the lights. I'm watching it on the regular DVD.
Corporation.
Yeah. And it's all on the DVD. All the lights are fuzzy and everything's kind of blurry. And I put the Blu-ray in, and the Blu-rays are pinpoints of light. I'm like, mother effer crap! It does look a lot better. Shit, these Blu-rays are good and worth buying. Now, of course, you've got 4K, but you doing it like side by side like that. It was like amazing. The detail you could see, like watching the original Star Trek. It really didn't take away from the stories, but you could see now like the stitches in the uniforms and all the little details that they didn't really want you to see because even though it was on film, they didn't want you.
They could hide it.
They could hide it
on broadcast.
They had no idea 4K was coming. Let's face it.
And the TV was
what I'm saying.
I'm going to go ahead and make myself big again so I can show you something interesting that I have. This is called Total Recall 2070, and it's one season of a show that came out in 1999, and it won awards for its special effects. And it's basically kind of an amalgam of Total Recall and Blade Runner, so they could get around like having to pay Blade Runner licensing. But it's a really good show.
Never heard of it. Wow.
It kind of becomes a soap opera for a little while. It gets into like the lives and the relationships of the characters.
Very soapy.
But it's very much kind of a police procedural in a cyberpunk world that's very close to Blade Runner. It's called Total Recall 2070, but they have androids in it, and you follow these two cops, one of which is an android, and it's a lot of fun. This actual set is very hard to find and very expensive. I was lucky that I got such a great copy. The first two episodes have been packaged together in a film called Machine Dreams, but it's still called Total Recall 2070. So you can find the first two episodes in a feature film format pretty easily, but this one, good luck. So anybody that wants copies, DM me later.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta take off myself too. I'm running down and I gotta work in the morning. So everybody, Cardinal,
take care, man.
I want you to stay up too late.
Take care.
Doug, I think you're leaving too, aren't you?
Yeah, I gotta head out too. So
all right,
but we had a good time.
Andy.
Yep.
Good to see you all.
Too.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll play you guys out with some music here.
Woohoo!
Have a great night,
Doug. Yeah.
I can't find the real
Why is it every time I play my music, people leave?
Oh no, I was gonna say I can't stay
No,
too
I'm
long
kidding.
and I gotta
I'm
get to
kidding.
work in the morning.
We
too,
knew
but
they were
stay
gonna
a few more minutes.
They were
yeah.
gonna take off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that. Yeah.
I just like making fun of myself because it's easier than making fun of other people.
Oh, we lost Rod.
Yeah, he'll be back.
He'll be back. Yep.
You know, he's Canadian.
Hey.
Whatever.
The other good thing I've been watching too is, this is a new. I'm just saying it's getting late, so my brain is not working right. Is the new
Sorry,
Amazon
guys.
series with Jack Reacher. The Reacher series has been awesome.
yeah, I've heard that's good.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
because like
heard
I
it's
started to
pretty
watch
good.
some of it, and I started to watch
Yeah,
some of it, and then I got passed out. But like, it's not that. It's just simply because of the late hour. I was
You're
so
just tired, yeah.
engaged, and I want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
definitely worth watching so far. I've watched, I think, the first 3 episodes or 2.5 episodes, and
I also
read
hear
half
too
a
that
dozen
he
of the books,
he
and,
fits.
I was kind of turned off by the
One
Tom
at a
Cruise
time,
movie.
lads. One at a time. Where's the fire?
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No. I was just saying I had read a half a dozen of the books, and
Hey,
I
Cam,
was a little-
eat that mic.
I was a little turned off by the Tom Cruise movie. But
Right.
people have told me how good the series is, so I'm getting I'm almost roped back in.
yeah, because the problem with Tom Cruise was, although he goes all out for his roles, and he's that crazy streak, he gives
Good for him.
120%.
Yes,
Yeah, and but he's just not that imposing. It's you can't.
he's
you
not
can't
physically
act
imposing. He's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
He's not a
you
6
get
foot,
he's
the
a
6
very
foot guy.
physically dominant guy.
Yeah, you can get the
Yeah.
personality right, or the feel of the character right, but without that, Reacher walks in a room and people are supposed to be like, holy shit. Like I always tell the story. I was in a diner with one of my buddies, Anthony, who
Yeah,
worked
he's a
in a
monster.
boatyard. Who worked in a boatyard with his dad. And he was about 7 feet tall, and he moved motorboat engines.
Okay,
all night.
I'm starting to lose the details here.
Well, but all right. So late night.
He was
I'm
like
not-
7 feet tall, and he had
So
a
was
boat
the-
that was 7 feet wide.
He worked in a boatyard. So he worked in a boat.
keep track of all these details.
All right.
He was
Well,
a
the
physically
detail is he was
imposing guy
incredibly
that-
strong.
that
Like he
can
would give
do-
you an engine, like a outboard engine. He would hold it with one hand. So he's sitting in
And
the
you go,
diner.
"Ooh."
Yeah, and he's sitting in the diner, and I should have prefaced this part first, but just picture this giant and nicest guy ever. And the guy like said something like, "Oh, you looking at me?" or "What'd you just say?" And Anthony's like, "What? I didn't say anything." He's like, "Well, I think I've got a problem with you." Like he was just trying to pick on someone to pick on because he did look kind of friendly. So Anthony starts to stand up. He keeps standing up. He keeps going. He keeps going, and he keeps going. And the guy's like this.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I was talking to someone else. I'm very sorry. don't,
I don't see anyone else. You must have been talking to me.
And Anthony's like, "Oh, I'll I understand. Yes, people make mistakes
Mark,
sometimes."
do you know who Danny Manning is?
No.
Anybody here know who Danny Manning is?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. I know when you're going to say who he is, I'm going to be like,
No,
oh, that's
no,
him.
no basketball fans, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, yes,
Nope.
but no.
Not
Oh,
new
okay,
basketball.
never
Yeah.
mind.
The name is familiar, but I couldn't
Okay.
place it.
Go on.
Must I? All right.
I don't even talk
Well,
about now.
We teased this.
You
there.
brought it up.
So he was a player on. He was the standout player on the 1988 KU championship team that brought back. Well, they don't call it the gold, but they won the NCAA tournament in 1988,
Okay.
and it must have been 1985.
He was like a McHale
'Cause-
figure.
I dropped out in the second week of my senior year, which would have been 86. So I suppose it could have been 86, but I used to be 6'3.5" before I had back problems. Now I'm 6'2.5". But when I was in high school, the high school was shaped like an L. So if you had a class over here, you had 4 minutes to get all the way over here to get to your other class.
Yeah.
And so the area where it formed the L junction was very busy, and there were people, turning that corner all the time. And I used to take the inside, trying to get away from all the traffic so I could get to class on time, because guess what? I was a tardy kid. And I know that's difficult to believe, but it's true. And I was used to, like, when I would run into people
back then.
I was used to, like, looking down and saying, "Excuse me, I'm sorry," or whatever. And so I'm doing my thing, going around the corner, and bam, and immovable object meets an unstoppable force. And so I begin to
look
down to say, "Excuse me," and I go, "Excuse me." And there's Danny Manning, who was going to Lawrence High in his year before, going to KU, and like I said, winning the national championship, or at least helping. He became an assistant coach, and then coached, or is coaching, I'm not sure, his own college team at this point. But he went to the Clippers, and he was like a first round draft pick, and then he got injured and he sat on the bench, and he got paid millions and millions of dollars just to ride the bench. And then the Clippers sucked, and they let him go, and he became a coach somewhere. But I'll never forget that experience of running into somebody and, expecting to see somebody small and seeing somebody very tall, because usually it was the other way around. That normally didn't happen.
Yeah, it was like the expression on the guy's face in the diner. He's like, "Oh crap! What did I just?"
And you know what? I'll tell you something about Danny Manning. For a guy that probably was bred, because his dad was a coach and a basketball player.
Yeah.
Hello, Yvonne.
Bring her up.
I believe Yvonne has a link if he's feeling up to it. He might not be.
I'll be pops on.
Where was I?
Hint, hint.
Danny Manning and something about coaching, or
Yeah. So after he had like a perfect season and helped the 1988 KU team win the national championship, everybody wanted a piece of him, and so he was traded around, and everything, and eventually, went to the Clippers, which I'm pretty sure is still a really shitty LA team.
Had a resurgence lately, but
yeah, they couldn't have been any worse than they were at the time.
Only one way to go is up. Yeah.
But he injured himself playing for the Clippers, and then he basically just rode the pine and became a coach. And that was
Maryland.
my brush with greatness.
Maryland right now, yep. They
Yeah.
played in the NBA for 14 years. Not bad.
There you go.
Yep.
And welcome back, Captain Trek. We would love to have you on the panel.
Hey, Captain Trek.
University
Yeah.
of Maryland Terps.
Captain Trek is here. How cool is that?
Hey, Captain Trek.
Oh,
Hey, Captain Trek.
Hey,
Hey, guys, I got to get to work tomorrow, unfortunately. So I better
oh no!
work. Yeah, those damn
No,
things. Yeah,
Just call in, man.
just call in. Yeah.
Just
Well, I'm
don't
the
do
boss, so I could do that to you. Just don't do it. But I
Well,
appreciate
Mark,
being
I
here.
really appreciate your showing up here to Midnight to Midnight number 16. And I know that you will take us out with a piece of pop culture trivia that we did not know.
Hey, Mark, can I ask you?
Yep.
I'm
Sure.
sorry, I'm interrupting. I know. Hey, Mark.
No worries. Yep.
Were you a fan of the Super Spidey saga?
Is that when he got the cosmic powers?
Yes. Infinity War, I believe it was.
Yeah, he comes back and he's like basically.
Oh no,
like
sorry,
super-
Acts of Vengeance. Acts of Vengeance.
I'm trying to remember that one.
Vengeance. Yeah, and then ultimately, his final fight was the Tricentennial.
Yeah, that was kind of cool for just a one, just for that arc.
I recollected those. Yes, yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So yeah, because I
Yeah.
remember having him having those powers. Yeah. So I don't mind changing comic books or trying something different, or it's. But sometimes you don't want to have like those fundamental long-term changes. Like now they killed off, certain. They killed off
Captain America, Superman,
and Doctor Strange. They killed off, and they're giving Captain Marvel Doctor Strange's
no.
powers. It's like
Oh, that's
Captain
appropriate.
Marvel. No, fuck. Captain Doctor
Yeah.
Strange. Jesus, fuck.
But like to do
Captain
something like
Doctor
that for
Strange.
Spider-Man.
It's only because
fun, yeah.
there was nobody else close to
Yeah.
take the Tony Stark position.
Yeah, so they just.
Isn't
No,
Falcon going to be Captain America for a while?
Well, we have two Captain
Did you-
Americas now. We have Falcon and
What?
as Cap
I mean,
Do you mean in the comics or in the
in
film?
the comics. In the
don't
comic
gloss
and
over
well, now the
fact
films.
that they had Superman in a prison camp without his powers being raped every day.
Yeah, for 8 months.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
that was
the horrible thing about that is that
wonderful.
was actually an original issue that they did have.
Red and
Superman
blue,
was
right?
yes. Well,
I wouldn't call
yes,
it original, but
No, that's
okay.
no,
No.
the original story that it's based on was from
No,
the
I get
70s.
it. I know. I'm
Yeah,
just joking.
and no, yeah, and and Superman was in a camp like that with Batman rescued him, and they did have I think they were using the kryptonite or something, but they never inferred that,
Red
of
kryptonite.
course, in the original.
implied.
The original-
We
implied
infer,
that-
they imply.
imply in the original
Yeah.
story. Thank you. Yeah. So it's just modern, trying to be too cute by half and trying to, take
Right.
the character where it should never go.
It wasn't
it's just-
the main storyline. It was in Red and Blue, I guess, which is a
Yep.
Yes.
Issue 5. Yep. Issue 5 of Red and
Is
Blue.
this part of the Marvel
That's pretty disconcerting.
or DC comics that nobody gives a shit about?
Yeah,
That's
it's
what it
new
is.
DC,
I
yeah.
agree.
Well, I heard DC was just acquired by someone new.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
put a
another
motor-
critical failure.
Well, like I just got. I'm a big Thing fan, obviously, Fantastic Four, and this
Oh,
just
hang on,
came out.
hang on.
Hey, Mark, did
Yeah.
you get the
Well,
what if
Ooh.
Spider-Man
Wow.
Is that
You
new?
retained the
Yeah,
powers?
man.
Oh,
That
sorry.
looks like a classic.
Mark, is
looks
that
like a
new?
classic.
This is
Oh.
brand new.
Oh,
and,
nice.
the
Oh,
cover's
and
good.
he's
The art's
in a
good.
boxing ring. Who's he fighting?
Well, he fides the champion, and I just reviewed this with Cloud. Well, I reviewed
Ivan
the,
Drago. I must
Cloud
break you.
Times.
Ah!
We reviewed annual number 7, which is over my back. Where's the? Well, it's
Show off.
there,
Every shoulder?
right
Ah.
there.
No,
yeah.
that's okay. I'm a show off too.
Oh, Mark, you're awesome. So
But-
that's the new one, huh? That looks like a classic cover.
It
The
does.
cover's good. The art is good. Unfortunately, the champion
Except,
of the universe.
why would
is-
the thing be wearing boxing gloves?
Well, you got to read the issue, the old issue, the original. It's annual number 7. But the problem is, the champion of the universe said he would never return. He'd never see Ben Grimm again. And of course, they brought him back, and they kind of the interior art's not great, but the story is just horrendous. So Cloud Times are going to review it, but it's unfortunately as much of a fan as I am.
Can you
The
show
cover
us
looks
the?
so good.
Yeah, keep moving it over.
There we go.
There
Yep.
you go.
So
And then get it real close to the camera.
yep, there we go. Yep.
Oh,
Thanks,
man.
Mark.
So who's he fighting?
That's the champion of the universe. He's an elder of the universe, and he's
An
more
elder?
powerful than elder of the universe. He's actually more powerful than Galactus, according to Reed Richards.
Okay, now I'm bored already.
No, but the original story is fantastic, and 2-in-1 annual number 7. Which one
I'm
is it?
sorry. If you have Galactus on your tag team, you pretty much don't need to be on the team.
Well, the thing is, he's as powerful or more powerful than Galactus.
That's not possible. He's a celestial.
He's an elder of the universe. So
Okay.
I didn't write this. I'm just
not-
telling you what they say. And
Below. Yeah.
he loves
I'm
the
sorry.
spirit of
He used to be a celestial.
He loves
Right,
the spirit
right.
of competition, right? So his thing is just going around the universe, brawling with people and boxing.
Weren't you getting ready to leave?
I am getting ready to leave. Yeah. See, this is what
I'm
happens.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I love this stuff, but
It's amazing.
Dude, I know. I
unfortunately-
wish you could stay, stay and keep showing us shit, man. Like this is great. I love it.
Hey,
But
I've got
unfortunately,
comics.
I'm an old school
I
comic
can
fan,
show you
man.
Yeah, I
comics.
love that stuff. Yeah, it's cool to hear, Rod. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. No, Sin, I get it.
Buy these new books, so
But unfortunately, the story's not good. So I highly recommend everyone. If you go to Clobbering Times channel,
read the art.
read the original, read the the first Marvel 2-in-1 Annual #7, which is over my left shoulder, hanging.
And
on my
how much
wall.
does that cost on an average day?
Probably $10 or $8.
Oh, that's not bad.
not that much.
No, $5 maybe.
I
But it's one of
decided
the
I was
greatest
going
thing
to.
stories.
I decided I was going to create a. The shorts that you do that are 60 seconds or less.
Yep. You have to use your
I
phone
was
to do
I was
that?
gonna do one of those, and I was gonna call it "This comic is worth $100,000," and then over the course of the 60 seconds, you realize that I'm saying I think it's worth $100,000. But in an alternate universe, the one we're living in, it's only worth $10.
$10.
Yeah, I mean, I collect this stuff because I love it, not for the money. Although
Oh,
maybe
exactly,
my kids
yeah.
would want to sell it from, this is like my Mego. I was just showing this the other night, so you get.
Well, it turns out,
Little
Mark,
Spidey.
that everybody that's here has already subscribed to your channel.
Awesome.
So I'm sorry you didn't get
I'm
the
so
Cardinal Sin bump,
Well,
but
it's
everybody's
clobbering.
already
It's clobbering
subscribed.
time then, because I've got my Thing boxing gloves. I got to do a.
There you go.
Got to do a.
Man, I bet Mike really wants those.
Oh yeah, he was not happy when he's like.
Oh, yeah.
He's like. Of course, I have those, and I've got.
But everyone should check out Sunday Night Geekery.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Oh no, I try to catch it whenever I can. If I'm not catching
Nice.
like pop culture
Big man.
breakdown.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
that. And then I also have.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
just
usually there lurking.
there are two things about streaming against Doomcock. First of all,
Nice.
I'm gonna have a really small, nice. I'm gonna have a
Proud.
really small group of people on the greetings, Ivan Ivanovich.
Good
Oh,
evening.
you got a foot.
Yeah, Levon.
Nice.
Yeah, I had the thing. I have the Thing feet. Yep.
Both feet.
You're sounding really well.
Yeah,
Mark,
I'm,
both feet?
I'm pretty well minus
Yep.
minus some lung
Oh,
capacity.
you rock, man. Those are. Oh man, I'm jealous. Ugh.
Rod, we're talking about Ivan's lung capacity here.
I'm sorry, Yvonne. I was just like, oh man, I'm just.
You were
Just wanna
geeking
say,
out
like,
over the Thing feet.
No, I
Yeah.
mean you should continue with the
Yes.
talk until you're done with it. I mean,
How would you not? Yes. No, man. Yeah. Oh man.
No,
Hi, Yvonne.
really
I hope you're
glad to
doing
see
okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Good to see you, Yvonne. Yeah.
Ivan is a fixture of Midnight to Midnight,
Yes, he is.
as are you.
Oh, I try to be.
Yeah, well, you generally are, except for the last 2 times that I had them. But in all fairness, I had them very short notice.
Early.
Just kind of like
Yeah,
I
you did.
noticed that I hit 600 subscribers, and so I just instantly started a 600 subscriber, celebration, to which almost
Which is
no
cool.
one came.
Good for you. Congrats.
No, I
Congrats,
mean
eh?
I should have waited and planned it out.
what was the
And so
400?
now that I have like, I don't know, let's see
Sorry to hear, Captain Trek.
631 subscribers. I guess my next celebration will be at the 700 mark, but I get the impression that things are going to just be downhill from here. Captain Trek says, at Cardinal Sin, I am already losing subs because of not
Yeah.
streaming. Keep your fingers crossed. Well, all I can say is I would love to have you on like a one-on-one on my channel at some point, which you could also put on your channel, Captain Trek. And I agree with everybody that had was surprised to see you and happy to see you and said, "Hey, Captain Trek, when you first got here. So don't count yourself out, bro. I can't think of very many people that had an early morning show that was completely inimical to my own sleep schedule that I had to see and I couldn't miss. So I would either stay up way too late or not get enough sleep so that I could watch the Brew Crew. So here's to you, Captain Trek. L'chaim.
Oh.
Yep. Hope you get back on soon. And on that note, I'm gonna head out and thank you, Cardinal. And yeah, my sleep's
Thank
good.
you,
I
Mark.
better get to sleep. But
Yeah.
yeah, Yvonne, I hope you're doing
Fantastic
well.
night,
And
brother.
take
Good
care,
to see you.
guys. And that's
Sleep
awesome.
well.
Yeah, take
Sleep
care.
well.
We'll
Yep.
see you then. See you soon.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
And that was Mark D with a C. And
Yeah,
now
sweet.
Ivan Ivanovich is here. Ivan, what is new and
What?
exciting in your life?
Yvonne?
He's muted.
Yvonne, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Ask me a question. Are you saying you're gonna ask me a question?
Fry. We don't say ask anymore. We say ax. That's how
Yes.
that's how it works today in the
I want to ask you a
2000.
question.
Can I
Both
ax you? Oh,
both
you got a moment.
ask
Okay.
and axe have been used in English for a very long time. They have. So, you know, it's not as improper as it sounds, I suppose. It depends on how you define proper. Language has a way of thumbing its nose at propriety.
Speaking of thumbing its nose at propriety, have you guys seen the ads for I think it's called Get Back, the Beatles documentary on Apple Plus or Disney Plus or some kind of plus?
It sounds. I kind of have, yeah. I'm
One
like
of my
yawn. But I don't know about anybody else. Sorry.
It
I'm like,
looks
yawn.
interesting.
One of my
I've
friends
definitely
who's
seen
musician-
parts of the documentary. When they were first advertised, it looked really, really amazing. A few people I know have watched it and reviewed it. The Phantasmagorium show has a review of it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks really great.
Yeah,
It's
it does.
mostly not, voiceover with a little bit of behind the scenes. It's pretty-
not woke.
Oh, no.
One of my
It's
friends who's a
different.
musician was really excited about this program being.
It's basically the cameras are rolling the whole
He was
time.
talking about it, and he told me Disney was doing a Beatles special. So I said,
Mhm.
which ones are they going to gender swap?
Mm-hmm. Very funny. Very witty. Very witty.
Yeah, but if you like the Beatles, I'm sure it's a great time.
Actually, the Beatles were kind of fundamental to my understanding of music theory.
Oh, a lot of people, that's true.
When my brother, who's almost 10 years older than I am, went to college, he left his room open, sort of for me to discover by sneaking in, or I thought I was sneaking in. And I would sneak in and I would, turn on his 8-track player and put on his headphones and listen to Kansas, Dust in the Wind, and the Beatles, and the Monkees, and all that kind of stuff. But I have to say, I fell in love with the early Beatles, and I like all the Beatles stuff, but I mean, before I even knew what air guitar was, when I was a little kid, I was playing air guitar to Sgt. Pepper.
Sure.
Exactly.
No, I went through a Beatles phase.
Oh, you did?
But I eventually got over it.
Yeah.
I
thought you were going to say something like that.
The Beatles or anything. Their music is great, and they earn their place in history, and on and on and on like that. But if you ask me today, what do you like? I'd say, well, I like George Harrison, but most of the Beatles out.
Do you like the Ruddles?
Oh, I love the Ruddles.
Cool.
I adore that. As soon as I could get a DVD of it.
Wow! Goose step mama. By and large, Goose step mama.
I can barely hear you, Cam.
I was saying, which disc is in your car right now?
He doesn't have a disc player in his car. He has an iPhone.
Oh no, there is one disc, guys. I have a player that will play MP3s off a stick and discs. And the disc I have in there is Herbert von Karajan conducting the Berliner Philharmonic doing Beethoven's 7th and 8th symphonies.
My goodness.
My favorites.
Okay, so
is that on Deutsche Grammophon?
Not what I was thinking.
I think that's what label it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing. That is a surprise choice.
But
I managed 3 used record stores, so I know my Deutsche Grammophon.
But I have it on a stick. On a stick is where I have my playlist. That's most of what I listen to in the car.
You know, I really respect another guy that can get into classical music and also the Beatles, because I grew up playing violin from 4 to 11 years old. Because my dad was a concert violinist and
family.
He was a internationally renowned composer and violinist.
Right.
And I remember once hearing him say, I was in a bookstore or restaurant or something, and I heard Yesterday come on, and I thought it was really well composed.
Yeah.
And from my dad, that's a huge compliment.
Yeah.
You know?
We definitely,
because he was like a classical guy all the way down the line
of music composition in that era. I'm sorry to say that era ended, but it ended right around the turn of the century, where now pop music today is barely even music.
It's not even pop music.
Rudimentary at best, and it's
well, you know how modern music is written, right?
It no longer carries a message either.
It's written by Norwegian computers,
right?
And American producers find marks that they think are good looking, and then they bring them into the studio and they say, "Don't worry about being able to sing. I know you can't sing.
And they sing
all you have to do is sing what this Norwegian computer created, and we'll put a vocoder on you, and people won't know what key you're trying to hit."
Yeah, it's awful. I can't listen to this stuff.
No, I can't either.
Yeah, this is the same thing. Like Josie and the Pussycats way back in 2001.
Josie and the Pussycats would be awesome compared to what they're putting out now as music.
If you had the '70s Josie,
you've seen it, right?
Pussycats, their music is it's bubblegum pop, but bubblegum pop beats anything that's being produced today. So
actually, there's some really good bubblegum pop.
Oh yeah, there are a few songs in.
No, Vaughn, you see? Have you seen the movie?
No.
Josie and the Pussycats?
No.
Yeah. No. Either of you?
Nope.
Nope. Holy crap!
Neither of us have.
Man, you guys need to see it also because it doesn't. You think it's a pop music movie? No, it's not, because they ripped the lid off of the music industry. They show like this is what autotune really is, and then they realize
okay, hang on. Let me bring you back. Cast your mind back. Do you remember a band called The Cult?
Yeah.
And before that, they were called Southern Death Cult.
Okay.
And then they were just called Death Cult, and then they were just called The Cult.
Yeah, I remember when they were The Cult.
So check this out and tell me what you think.
This next song's about a little liar girl.
We don't know her name.
Actually, I wrote the song about a boy. Hear that, Bob? It's not Bob. It's Bob.
My pretty little liar, you lied to me. You don't mean it, that I can see. You don't mean it, your pretty little lies. I can see it in your face, your eyes. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your eyes send me higher. Oh, my pretty little liar, you've got me climbing the walls of desire. But I just smile when I look at you, 'cause you know that I'm lying too. Wow, we're walking through the 16 night. I got you and feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your lies just send me higher. Your pretty lies, they're like fire to me. Your pretty lies, will they set me free? Stimulating words, I wish you meant. It's all a game to you, that's what you said. We're walking through the 16 night. I've got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your lies send me higher. Oh, my pretty little liar, you've got me climbing the walls of desire. But I just smile when I look at you, because you know that I'm lying too. We're walking through the 16 night. I've got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your lies just send me higher. Your pretty lies, they're like fire to me. Your pretty lies, will they set me free? Stimulating words, I wish you meant. It's all a game to you, that's what you said.
Okay, that was Wayback Machine, Pretty Little Liar, live. And this is the Overmen with Shoot Your Missiles the Other Way. Sorry, we've already heard that one. This one is She's So Mean. And one more. This is 2 Mile Death Plunge with Time live.
This one's dedicated to our roadie, Dan Nicely. He's a lot of fun, even though he gets out of hand. This one's dedicated to our roadie, Dan Nicely. He's a lot of fun, even though he gets out of hand.
Nice.
So, tell me, how much did you like my Vogon poetry?
Very nice. 3 out of 5.
I'll give it a 4.
A 4?
Pretty Little Liar sounds like a little Cramp influence to me.
Oh, yeah, very much.
Yeah.
I dug it, man.
Is that a 4 on a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 10?
4 out of 5.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, man. I mean that sincerely. I think that you guys really got down, man.
Hey, you don't have to say that just because you're on my show, man.
Oh, no, I mean, if I thought it was shit, I'd just tell you it was shit.
Hey, Cardinal Sin, I think your music is shit, dude.
Hey, man, your shit is shit, man. But no, like I was saying before, I really dig your music, man.
Well, one of the reasons why I play my music on Midnight to Midnight is because I am the copyright holder. Not only that, but I am the copyright holder.
Look
So
you.
there's nothing anybody can do to me. If somebody comes after me with some kind of scurrilous, lawsuit bullshit, I'll be able to say, okay, tell me what it is that you think I violated, because I still have the receipts for all of the stuff that I sent to the Library of Congress for the copyright.
But I would say that the last time that I was on with you doing Midnight to Midnight, when you played some tunes, they actually copyright striked you.
No, actually what that was I was playing a couple of episodes of the Basement Sublet of Horror that I'd written and appeared in. And the second one just drove YouTube crazy. The first one was fine. And the second one just, for some reason, right in the middle of the stream, they just yanked it. And I remember specifically, Anti-Derivative Jill was very unhappy because she really enjoyed it. And she never got to see the rest of the second one, which was the one where I appeared as a mid-60s Italian horror movie zombie. And I can play like just the hosting parts, where it was on public access, so there were no commercials, but it was like every 15 minutes there'd be a break, and then we'd come back from the break and there'd be some other thing. And it was very cleverly written, and it was just it made YouTube just go.
Hey Yvonne, can I ask you something?
Of course.
No, you cannot ask Yvonne anything. Go ahead.
Yvonne.
That's already a question. You've already asked him a question.
Can I ask you a couple questions? Get technical there. Listen, Yvonne. First of all, number one, I have a really gorgeous friend on Facebook. She's from Poland. And I'm not asking.
I'll tell you what, man, those
what
Polish
I'm asking,
girls.
What I'm asking you, yes, no, she's stupid hot. She's ridiculously hot. She's got abs you can grate cheese off of, but like, no, she's a fit girl, man. Like, holy cow, man.
I love that you could grate cheese off of.
99% chance she's Catholic too.
Well, yes,
Good
there
point.
is that.
Good thing to think about. I will bear that in mind. Anyway,
she's probably incredibly anti-Semitic.
Actually, you're probably right on that level too, because
Polish people are really anti-Semitic.
She's against a certain convoy that's somewhere in Canada, somewhere or other.
Okay, all right.
We're not going to mention.
We got you loud and clear.
I just want to say, no, but I mean, it goes back to what you said. Like, well, she's anti-Semitic. But yeah, no, like Yvonne.
Almost everyone in Poland is
Yvonne.
anti-Semitic, and they have good reason.
My actual question on Yvonne, though, is just simply, it's just like, what part of Russia or the are you from? I'm just asking because my friend is from Poland.
He's not actually from Russia.
I'm not. This is
also,
I figured that
my family comes from Odessa in Ukraine.
Yes.
A place I very much want to visit.
My family's from Poland.
Oh, you and me both.
On my mother's side.
Cam, eat that mic.
Yeah, we really can't hear you.
You sound like you're talking with your hand over your
10 feet
mouth.
away, man.
On my dad's side.
There you go.
Yeah. No, my heritage isn't in the least bit Slavic, as it turns out.
or even Baltic.
I am from that. I am
Oh,
from
Slavic.
the vanishing
Okay.
breed of people whose ancestors on both sides of his family carved this nation out of the wilderness. So
This
Oh,
nation,
okay.
the one we're in now.
Yes.
So
Oh, okay.
you're
I just-
fourth generation American,
Much more than that.
17th generation American,
Nah, probably not quite that far. I mean, we're looking at about 8 generations.
13th.
8 or 9 generations.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. But yeah, in the late 17th century, my ancestors were building a life for themselves in the Chesapeake. So
And then the spiritualist movement came in, and Helena Blavatsky. Sorry, go ahead.
But no, I have an interest in Eastern Europe and Eastern European history, and you know, when I wanted an identity on YouTube, I wanted to be relatively anonymous, and
also to be able to make fun of history.
Yeah, and in Slavic culture, the most common man's name is Ivan Ivanovich.
Really?
Okay, no, that makes absolute sense.
Jan Jansen in
I had no idea.
Scandinavia, except
Ah,
Jan Jansen
no.
is really the most common. Like when I lived in Sweden, they considered the sort of stereotypical, the sort of John Smith equivalent for Sweden was Lars
Right.
Andersson.
Right. Although it seems to us as if Ivan Ivanovich is a joke or a play on words. But I had no idea that it was like the most popular name in some countries.
The reason I picked this actually goes back to a movie I saw a long time ago, which you can watch on YouTube.
Take it as like John Smith.
I believe it's from 1938, and it's the film The Rise of Catherine the Great with Douglas Fairbanks as Tsar Peter.
Oh, of course.
There's a scene in about the middle of the movie that if you watch it, you'll understand. Okay, now I get Ivan.
Can you leave us a link in the private chat?
I can leave you a link to it. Yeah, it's
Awesome.
actually it's a very
So
good
that we can all check that out.
It's something I throw out there and say, here's a film made in 1938, and it's better than practically every film that's been made since.
Even better than Casablanca?
Well, since 1995, I'm saying. So
Oh, I thought you said
in the
since
last
1938.
27 years
No.
has been pretty much.
No, yeah.
There have been a couple of good movies, but mostly crap.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got a link for it. As I say, it's on YouTube, but I'll post a link before we go.
Oh. Okay. I just wanted to say because like she's gotten to be a good friend of mine, and like she actually even promised a book review of my book when I send it to her. But her name is actually Trish Yannick. Trish Yannick. You know, because she's Polish.
Yannick.
And actually,
Yannick.
no, just Yannick.
I knew.
Well, maybe, but like maybe she moved.
Yannick is a first name.
Well,
Yannickovich is a
no.
is a
That's her.
surname.
That's her last name, actually.
Yeah.
Trish Yannick.
Yeah,
But,
she
yeah,
probably shortened it.
There's a tale of how
anyway.
Ivan Ivanovich quarreled with Ivan Nikororovich.
Ooh, Ivan.
Okay.
There's
And it's actually based in the Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a scene in this movie where Tsar Peter is asking one of the palace guards a question, and he keeps referring to him as Ivan Ivanovich. And all the palace guard can say, "Give me Imperial Majesty, my name is not Ivan Ivanovich." And finally, after 3 go-arounds, the guard says, "Your Majesty, my name is Ivan Nikolaevich."
Okay, so this is like
okay.
I am Spartacus,
Yeah.
I am Spartacus, I am Spartacus type thing.
Ivan is by far and away the most common man's name in Slavic countries.
I had no idea.
Because Vich is the patronymic. It's your middle name
Right.
is your father's name with Vich on it.
It's a son of,
Ivan,
basically.
Father was Ivan, you're Ivan Ivanovich. And
Right.
if you look on YouTube, there are hundreds of channels named Ivan Ivanovich.
Oh, good thing.
Not
good thing you
the
never
greatest
tried to,
result for
push
you,
your-
huh?
Well, I mean, again, when I made this, I was looking for a level of anonymity that
Sure.
I may eventually change my mind about, but we'll see.
Oh, that's precious. I love it.
And you know what's more anonymous than being just one clover in a giant field of clovers?
Exactly.
Right.
Well, it's funny you say that because like my grandfather Hilbert. Everybody.
Hilbert.
Yeah, my entire family. His was just like his middle name was R.
You're Canadian on both sides, right?
My grandfather is actually Swedish.
No, I mean your mother and your father, Canadian.
Dad actually was the first Canadian born here, but only the first Canadian of my grandfather and my grandmother.
Okay.
And
on your
actually the Forsberg family.
On the other side?
Mm-hmm.
My mother's side was actually Irish English, and her name was Dan.
And were they living in Canada?
Yes, both of them.
So you're second generation Canadian.
Yes.
I knew it. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, but my grandfather was like Hilbert. His middle name, actually, it turned out to be. I was quite surprised to find out that
Joseph?
that was actually his first. No, it turned out it was actually his first name.
His middle name is Helmut.
His middle name was actually turned out to be his first name, which was actually Ragnar.
Ragnar. Oh.
Ragnar
yeah,
Hilbert Forsberg, and it turns out I looked it up.
So
and it's just
does that mean that you have some
Forsbergs,
Viking roots, some Icelandic
what
roots?
you said, what you just finished saying? My family comes. The Forsbergs come from like a family of Vikings way back in Sweden, and my dad was only
V for Viking.
First, my dad was only the first Forsberg born here in North America. My grandfather actually came from Sweden when he was 3 years old in 1911.
So they were probably from the west country of Sweden.
Why do you say that?
Because
they're from Sorsley.
The Norse raided in two directions. The Vikings were the ones who went west.
Who wept?
But
west.
The ones who went east into Europe did not call themselves Vikings.
What did they call themselves?
Actually,
to go a Viking means to go on the Vic, which means to go.
Hang on, Cam. Let Yvonne finish.
Right.
Yeah. No, the ones who went east into Slavic country were called the Rus.
Right.
And they were the founders of a number of states, including the Republic of Novgorod and the Kievan Rus.
And so,
Russia.
Who was it that invaded and successfully stayed in England?
Well, the Danes did that.
Mm-hmm.
They set up the region of northern England that was called Danelaw.
This would be the Norman/Saxon?
No, before that.
No.
Before that, it was the Danes. The Danes invaded and established the Danelaw in northern England around York as their capital, Jorvik.
Mm-hmm.
And then after them, the Danes kind of moved on, and the Norse became more. They went on the Vic.
But at some point, the King of England agreed to give them their own territory as long as they wouldn't usurp the English king, right?
At the time of the Danes, there was not one king of England.
There were four kingdoms: Northumbria,
Wessex. Good night, Don Everett.
Kent,
Thanks for being here.
And
That's my brother Don, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, please bring more family next time.
Yeah, no. I stayed at the house many times. Last year, and I am absolutely forever
There
grateful
she
to him.
is. Ladies and gentlemen, Antiderivative Jill. It's so good to have a mod now. Please continue.
Oh, nice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
I've had to deal with all these Russian bots and everything by myself. And I'm a one-man show here. There's no producer or anything, so I really got to rely on my mods. And the best mods. Best mods I have. I'm sorry. Continue.
Anyway, well, really, I just simply want to say, like, Don's my brother, and like, I stayed at his place.
He's not heavy. He's your brother.
Yeah, I stayed at his place, and I actually have a lot of things that I'd love to unload, but like, they're more
kind of a political thing.
No, they're more specific for a what do you call one of your paranormal episodes.
Oh, Into the Fringe.
Yeah, Into the Fringe. That's it. Into the Fringe.
Do you think it would take up an entire episode?
You know what? It just might. I mean, just based on the people, but just based on the input to and from it. But like, I would love to. But I'll talk to you about it privately on
fair enough,
Twitter.
Man. If you think you can sustain 2 hours with what you got, bring it.
I almost guarantee. You know what? Looking at what I said, I almost guarantee I could. Yes, but
nice.
Yeah, anyway, yeah.
I have all of February booked, but I have dates in March that are yet unbooked. So
that would
if
be
you
awesome.
want to be a guest on Into the Fringe,
absolutely, I will. Actually,
hit me up. And we'll select a date in March.
Exactly, and you know what? I might even be, might even be part of another native pipe ceremony in the space of time before then. So, I might have more, stuff to absorb and explain.
Cool.
Yeah, but yeah, getting back to I just simply want to say this also
no,
comes
none of that. No, I'm kidding.
What?
No. I'm
this
joking.
also comes back to like what I explained. This is what this is. Well, for me, anyways. I don't know about anybody else. They may probably just like write a book. Or a book or / movie and just like whatever. But like no me, I can't sit there and like. If I'm gonna talk about blank, for example,
X.
okay, for example, okay, I'm just gonna say this, in See Through Love 2, a new teacher comes into the.
Wait a minute! Whoa! You just buried the lead. There's a sequel to See Through Love, and it's called See Through Love 2, or is that the working title?
I may have said, okay, I'm just going to say this. See Through Love is actually now a series, i.e. Harry Potter.
Thanks to Cameron Pashaw.
I was going to say, you've been working with Cameron.
He has.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yes, I have. And actually, I have to say, like, this man is the man. Like, he has the thing for putting
he's
plots
the real
together.
deal. He's very helpful in matters of screenplay writing and storytelling and world building. He's got it all. The unfortunate thing is he's got 200 Patreon subscribers as of this week, and
I'm one of them.
And I am one of them. And if you're a full, top level Patreon subscriber for Cameron Pashaw, it's $100 a month, and if you're just half of that, then it's $50 a month. And at the $100 a month level, you get a 1-hour phone call with Cameron Pashaw once a month. And if you are on the $50 a month tier, you get one 30-minute phone call with Cameron Pashaw. And I started out as, you know, just a regular $50 subscriber. But he spent 45 minutes on the phone with me because I had some really serious stuff to talk to him about. And at that point, I upgraded my membership because he'd spent more than just a half an hour with me. And then
did you buy the flat rate?
Say again?
Did you buy the flat rate? You know, which was like
for a year.
I paid $145 for like a year.
I paid $540 for a year.
Wow.
Hey, I'm a screenwriter and I'm 53 years old.
Oh no!
I've got several irons in the fire. I've got several connections. Hey, hang on. Let me finish.
No,
Can I finish? Can I finish?
That's a lot of money. That's what I was saying.
So Cameron Pashaw is a wonderful sounding board for me because I don't need help with my screenplays. I don't need help with my writing. I've been doing this for a very long time.
It's the
things that I needed to know were
navigating the business.
Like, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah,
and he confirmed that. And I told him about all the close calls that I've had and getting this close to getting, a screenplay option, bought, etc. And the guy knows what he's talking about. He's fucking amazing, you know. Here's the problem I see for Cameron. He's got 200, as of last week, Patreon subscribers at either the $50 or the $100 level. The $50 level is a half an hour phone call every month. The $100 level is a 1 hour phone call every month. So he's got 200 subscribers. Let's say, just for shits and giggles, that one of them, half of that is the 30-minute version and the other half is the 1 hour version. So let's say he's got 100 hour conversations and 100 half-hour conversations. That's a lot of time to spend with people that are paying you. Now, I'll be the first person to admit, $100 or $50 a month is a lot of money. I mean, that's more than any other YouTube, or Patreon subscriber that I've ever heard of. But the guy knows his shit. He's worked in Hollywood. He's been in writers' rooms. And the first conversation that we had, over the chat was really good. And I felt really good about the advice that he gave me, because I had a lot of stuff that I had to tell him about before I could get an opinion. And he was really good about listening and hearing all the things that I've been through and all the close calls that I've had. And now that I'm working with Tracy Torme, fingers crossed, on the continuation of Sliders, again, fingers crossed. I had things to talk to him about that. And he's just been great. He's been very helpful. But like I said, I can't imagine he's got very much time left for his own stuff after, like I said, 100 half-hour subscribers and 100 hour subscribers. That's
That's 150 hours a month, right?
That's 150 hours a month. That's
and
pretty much like a full-time job.
And I think, Rod, you said that you were experiencing a period of writer's block, and that after talking with
several
Cardinal,
years, actually,
you had come out of it.
Yeah, thanks to him, actually. And
there's no excuse for writer's block. There's no excuse for writer's block. If you write every day, and you have a clear, crystallized
vision.
Thank you. Vision of what your universe is and what your characters are, their backgrounds, etc., etc. Your world building should be almost automatic. Again, if you write every day.
Like, yeah.
Hey, the Walter Bosley channel is here.
Hey, Walter.
Nice.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, Walter Bosley.
In the new sliders, they should operate out of a White Castle with a secret room in the back. Walter, you should come on, man. I really want to see you. I really want to know you.
But, yeah, no, Ivana Ivanovich, I just want to say, too, okay, that. Yeah.
Walter has a link. That I'm just teasing him. I would, but I'm about to crash. Come on for 10 minutes. Come on, Walter. Come on in here. Just for 10 minutes.
Come on, Walter. Yeah, like 10 minutes. Like, I agree with Sin. Come on, man. Do it. It's gonna be fun.
Did you call me a Sith?
Sin. I said Sin.
I think you said Sith first.
No, I said Sin because that's your last name. Sin.
Come on, Walter. Come and join us just for 10 minutes so you can tell us what you're working on. Because otherwise, we have to play punk rock music and listen to each other talk.
Anyway, no, like, Yvonne, where are you from? Sorry, I said, like, I missed it. Sorry. You said it earlier, like, yeah, but like, where are you from?
Well, I mean, if you're speaking of my ancestry, it's people who created this country.
No, okay.
Revolutionaries.
Slovenia?
Mainly English and Scottish, and
okay.
a little bit of other things salted in there.
Yeah, and you live in Arizona now, though, right?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just like your name sort of just made me think of like, see, I'm good friends with like as I mentioned her earlier, you know, like her name is Trish Yannick, and like I said,
right.
like she's a heavy Instagram influencer because she's well, you know, like I said, she's ridiculously fit. You know, like as I said, you could grate cheese off her abs.
Hey!
And
ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on Midnight to Midnight, Mr. Walter Bosley.
Yay! Hey, what's up, Walter?
Hey, you know,
hey
guys.
Hello, Walter.
What I like about this light I'm using.
No, there's three of us.
What I like about this light I'm using is I don't have to have my backdrop up.
There you go.
Hey,
looking good, Walter.
Oh,
how's it going?
Thanks. Good. I worked on some models today. We had a
how was your show on Don Ecker's show?
It went really well. It was a really good discussion. The topics we talked about, we hit good points. And from what I hear, it went really well. And yeah, look for it. It's a good one to listen to. So I was pleased. I always have a good conversation with Don Eckers. So
it kind of gave me a little hiccup because I was thinking, you know, this is about the right time to have Walter Bosley and Don Ecker on my show.
We could still do it.
Yeah, but it's like, you've already done it.
But we can talk about something else that, whatever you want to talk about.
Or now that you guys have had, an episode on his show, now you're fine-tuned and ready to come on
That's
into
right.
the Fringe.
Yeah, that's right. It was kind of a sort of a short notice. I mean, like maybe a couple of days ahead, I think, is, when he contacted me. So I was like, yeah, sure. But yeah,
I remember when you guys were on Into the Fringe previously, you both agreed that you would come on a pretty regular basis, just the two of you, and I was really looking forward to having the both of you on. And then I started, getting all these other people booked, and I started thinking, like, I've got to figure out a date that I can just grab Walter and Don and have them on,
Yeah.
So that's something we're going to have to coordinate.
Absolutely. Hold on a second. You have to go potty?
Very, very much looking forward to it.
I'll be right back. The dog chooses now to have to go outside.
Of course. Okay.
Hey. Come on, girl. You too.
And
Let's get this done.
very, very pleased to have Walter Bosley join us. And while we're waiting for him to return, I see no better thing than to play one of these punk rock songs.
All right.
Go! Botswana. Good. Ravenhead. Oh!
right. So that was the Overmen with Voice of Authority, and Walter Bosley is back.
Come on, lay down.
He's pretty close to back. Anyway. Cam says, "Hey, Gil, it's almost 4 a.m. here. I'm going to have to pop off and go to bed. Thank you so much for having me on. Really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your stream." Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
And Nick from Echo Base Network is here. How cool is that?
You know, have a great rest of your stream is what a urologist would say, right?
That's right. Yeah. But
if you're over a certain age.
Well,
hey, Nick, what's going on, man? Well, it at least says Nick is here. Maybe he's dozed off. I don't know. Walter, one of my favorite things about your channel is Walter Bosley reads stuff. Can you tell us about that?
I just did a couple of them. Actually, they started out as me doing. I selected one chapter from each one of my nonfiction books, and I got such a good response from it that I started just pulling random books off my shelves here at home out of my personal library, and I would pick a segment or a chapter. If it's a short chapter, I try to keep them to 15 minutes or less, and I just started doing that, and it's such easy content to put out, you know, and it's interesting to my viewers. So I just started doing them. Like when I'm on a roll, I do one every day. Of course, for 2 months I wasn't doing it because my eyes were screwed up temporarily. And now
is that all back to normal?
It's getting there. It's getting there. The ophthalmologist says there's no serious issues that he saw.
Do I still need to write emails in super large text?
Well, maybe that anyway. That's just age. But yeah, I was hoping.
You said that you had said before that part of the problem that you had with your eyes was you were going through some health issues, but you would also become vaxxed.
Oh yeah, when I got the vaccine, I completely had a reaction to it. Both my, long story short, after a few weeks of it, I went to the emergency room just to make sure I hadn't had a stroke or something, because that can happen as a result of the vaccine with some people. Right. And they didn't see any sign of stroke, but they didn't want to hear anything about this starting to happen 24 hours after I got the second shot. However, by the time I saw my primary and my oncologist, they independently totally agreed. Oh yeah, you had a reaction to the vaccine. Yeah, definitely. And my primary was kind of pissed off at the emergency room for not running me through an MRI and doing stuff. But yeah, my doctors, they'll tell you, they'd say, yeah, he had a reaction to it. You know, they don't pull punches. They don't lie about that. And
so,
that's
Walter, does that mean that you didn't get the second shot or the booster?
I'm not getting the booster. They can shove that after. It was the second shot that did it to me.
Yeah.
Within 24 hours,
you wouldn't want to boost those
all over my body, and had my vision started getting bad, and my hearing went even worse than it was. I wear hearing aids.
But you were immunocompromised already, right?
Well,
immunocompromised.
I had chemotherapy in 2020, and that worked beautifully. That took care of what it was supposed to take care of. But yeah, it did affect my immunity I was under chemotherapy for 6 months. I stopped in mid-October of 2020, and they say that for every day you're on chemo, it takes 2 days to recover. So it took me 12 months, they say, for my immune system to get back to normal. So that was the year point was about 2 weeks. No, it was about a month and a half after I had the second shot. So my immune system should have been, almost
kicking into high gear.
Yeah, but they still felt like that because I'm almost 60 and because I dealt with cancer that, hey, you're in that category, get the damn, vaccine. And
They didn't take into account that you were an AFOSI operative and, they
don't care.
your immune system is almost completely immune to any sort of.
I wish.
I don't know. I ran of ideas. Go ahead.
But yeah, it was the second shot of the Pfizer vaccine that I had the reaction to, and my eyesight's slowly coming back. I can read now, and to answer Gil's question, that's what I was gonna do a Walter Reed stuff today, but I just didn't get around to it. So I'm gonna do one tomorrow.
Cool. Mm-hmm. I went into my local pharmacy and I got my first jab.
Mm-hmm.
And then because I was on a emergency list, and because they have to be kept cold, I live like literally 5 minutes away from my pharmacy. And they called me and they said, yeah, we've got one that's basically gonna go unused. And so I said, I'll be there in 5 minutes. And I was. And they gave me the jab. And then they said, come back in, I don't know, a week or 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
And I did. And the first jab made my left shoulder sore. My second jab, which was in my right shoulder, made my left shoulder sore. Which is really weird.
Yeah, a lot of people experience that.
And then I got my booster in my right arm, and that made my right arm sore. But the thing was, the second shot laid me out. I just stayed in bed all day.
Wow.
I knew I was going to feel like shit. I felt like shit. And then, like a day or two later, I was okay. But I didn't have any immunocompromised situations like you might have had, or Bell's palsy here, whatever. So I'm one of the lucky ones.
I didn't have any of that 24-hour flu reaction. I just had 24 hours after getting the second shot. I was racked with pain all over my body, and the vision started blurring.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Well, here's the thing that I was getting at, too, was what the second shot did to me was it made stuff that was kind of already there and going to happen, it made it worse, or it accelerated it. What's that?
It exacerbated your existing...
Yeah, it accelerated it as well. Like, I was probably on my way to arthritis, because I was having some pains in my right hand is my writing hand and my mouse hand.
Right.
And for a few years, I've been experiencing a little bit of pain. So arthritis was on the way. My vision has, I've worn glasses since 10th grade.
Right.
So it just made that worse. And my hearing was already kind of below
sketchy.
Par,
yeah.
And it just made it, I wear hearing aids now since this.
And does that work well?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're digital.
Oh, they're digital?
Yeah, that's what they tell me. They're digital. They say they're among the most expensive kind of physical hearing aid. You could get the cochlear
very hoity-toity.
Well, my insurance covered it all.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
As we get older, these things happen. And, worldwide pandemics occur. And we just have to rely on what they did 100 years ago to get away from the people that could infect us. We have to wear masks, and we have to engage in social distancing, which is literally 100-year-old response to a pandemic.
Yep.
And personally, I think by now we should probably have something a little bit better than, oh my God, let's, put all the 1917 protocols in place. Hurry, hurry.
Unfortunately, we do not. I mean, both my parents are terminally ill, much like your case, Walter. And obviously you can tell that I've been watching your show from just knowing the few things that I do about what you've talked about. And the reaction that you had to the virus, to the vaccine rather. And I'm fully vaxxed and boosted, but I was experimented on in the Army, so I didn't.
Whoa. Hang on. You were experimented on by the Army?
Well, we all are. One of the guys that was with me, we were both about to go downrange, and they shot this kid up with every kind of antiviral and anthrax and everything. And
we'd like a volunteer for MK Ultra.
Well, he actually had a reaction. He used to be an MMA fighter, and he was the top soldier specialist in his military occupational specialty. We were combat medics together, and he had a reaction with his eyes, and he almost went blind, and his vision deteriorated to the point where he could no longer serve as an active soldier downrange as a combat medic.
Oh, that sucks.
When you go into the military, Gil,
I know. You lose your constitutional rights, and you're subject to a completely different set of laws.
Well, and you do sign a paper that specifically says that the
that you're aware of that
can inject you with whatever they need to.
Yeah,
and it's actually an act of Congress that no matter what happens to you, you cannot sue.
and you know what? I know very little about this. However, I still reserve the right to say I'm not exactly sure that in the end that would be true.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I think, there's been lawsuits. Didn't the Agent Orange guys win their lawsuit finally?
Yes.
Yeah, after almost 30 years.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're going to fight it. My oncologist, I was lucky. I was T1N1, one tumor, one node, and they got the tumor, all of it in the surgery.
Did they use the new special rod that goes exactly to the point of where the radiation needs to go, and it doesn't go through the rest of your arm? Or...
I didn't get radiation. I got chemo.
Oh, chemo. Okay.
I've got this thing embedded in my chest that's called a portacath.
I don't think we saw that.
They would. It's kind of hard to show, but it's right here.
Is it like a stent?
No, well, sorta, yeah. And it's this round little thing that honestly feels like an earbud, right here. And they stick the medicine in there.
Oh, okay.
It drips in there, but I was T1N1. They got
instead of giving you like a million shots, they just give you like this port.
Yeah, and they just plug into the port, and you get 2 bags while you're sitting there, and then they plug you this plastic ball.
2 bags of
whatever the chemo is, and I can never remember the name of the stuff. And then the ball thing is something they invented that's the slow drip that takes 48 hours for that medicine to get in your system. And they plug that into you. Go home for the weekend. You come back the following Monday, and they take it out. And then
Boosh McFadden says that's called a PICC line, Cardinal.
PICC line, or
I had a PICC line,
yeah.
Boosh. I had a PICC line, and
the nurses call it PICC lines. I've noticed that every nurse I know goes, "Oh,
it went in through my elbow, all the way up to just in on top of my heart." Mm-hmm. And that's where they put the massive, huge amounts of antibiotics, and I was like that for 4 months. And I had visiting nurses come to my house who were all very pretty and very nice, and they would change the bag, and I would have to go through another one of those. And yeah, I did the PICC line several times. So Boosh, it's a good call, and yes, I'm familiar.
You know, what's funny is the surgeon who put this in, the surgery in which they cut me open and they go in and they cut out part of the colon and it's got the tumor, and he didn't give me the hey, you know, you could die speech on that surgery. He gave me the you could die speech when he put the portacath in, the PICC line in. and I'm like going, what the hell, because it goes right into an artery, that kind of thing. And so later, last year, a couple of months after I finished chemo, I asked one of the other oncologists, I said, hey, when do you guys take this out? I said, is this thing as dangerous to take out as it is to put in? And she looked at me and she said, who told you that was
not coming out?
Well, she said, who told you that was dangerous to put that in? I go, well, doctor, you know, so-and-so. And she rolled her eyes and she goes, oh, Dr. Whelan just doesn't like to do those, and he makes him nervous. Yeah. And she laughed. I'm like, oh. And then I asked her that time, I said, when did they take it out? And she didn't answer. 3 months later, when I saw her again for the next check, I said, oh, by the way, when did they take this out? She didn't answer. And then I figured it out. Okay, you're monitored for 5 years.
Right.
After, and to make sure the cancer doesn't come back. And so they leave it in there just in case you got to get more chemo. So I quit asking.
Yeah. You know, and so it's not quite a stent, but it's a hole in your body where they can plug more stuff in if they want.
Right.
Yeah, it's a catheter port. It's a catheter which has been slid down.
Well, it's a catheter, except it doesn't hook up to your waste system.
No. It hooks up to your circulatory system.
Right. Yeah. In the literature, and when the doctors talk to you, they call it the portacath. All the nurses call it a PICC line.
Yep.
So.
A portal what?
Portocath.
Portocath. Okay.
Yeah, and but the nurses do indeed call it a PICC line.
Yeah, I had a PICC line. I ended up because I went to the hospital with an infection. I had some kind of really serious infection that was, I guess, at the time, endangering my entire body, and I'm not sure how I got it.
Was it MRSA? Because what sucks is you can get MRSA while in the hospital.
Oh yeah. No, I know about that. To get MRSA in the hospital. I don't think it was MRSA, but I did have this systemic infection, and they put me on huge amounts of antibiotics for it. Yeah. And then they realized that it was, this thing almost fucking killed me, Walter.
Jeez, yeah. I had at Brooks Army Medical Center, and that's where they send the burn patients. Yeah. So during the war,
this was an infection, and it was really heinous.
It's a very highly virulent form of infection that you're more likely to contract while you're in the hospital undergoing these long procedures.
You have to be really careful to make sure that your doctor knows that, for instance, Walter, in your case, you're immunocompromised. Your system isn't as responsive to threats as it used to be.
Right. Well, in the big picture, what they told me is that actually anything that the chemo I was under, the degree to which it affected my immune system that year, I should have been back up to speed to what I was before.
Right.
Because I was wondering about that. You know, they say, you know, they go, you won't lose your hair, which I didn't, but one side went like turned white more than the other.
Well,
And,
that's kind of cool, like a Solomon Kane thing.
well, now it's beginning to thin on that side, so don't be shocked if I show up on my YouTube with a shaved head here sometime soon, because I'm
I'll
not
tell
gonna
you
walk
what,
around with
Walter.
weird pattern baldness.
my older brother, Ari, who's almost 10 years older than I am, has had a shaved head for a long time because when he was teaching and coaching forensics and debate at Olathe South, which is like one of the richest per capita high schools out there. He told his debate squad that if they made state, he would shave his head. And they did. And so he did shave his head. And it turned out he had a really good head for shaving.
Yeah.
He's got a good skull, you know, for shaving. And so he shaved his head, and he's kept it like that for like almost 20 years.
Yeah, the side that went white is thinning noticeably. I mean, in my early 40s, I grew my hair to my shoulders just to do it because I had never had long hair. So I normally, under normal conditions, I have thick. My sisters hate my hair.
Fucking hippie.
Yeah, I have the hair that they wish they had. I had the beautiful head of hair, and they're
sure.
You know, but now it's thinning way noticeably more on the one side than the other, and I'm not going to walk around with weird pattern baldness. I'll just shave it rather than, you know, play games.
Oh, so you're gonna totally shave your head?
Yeah, I just might do that if you know, if the one side is going to start balding.
I think you should give it another chance.
Well, what I'm going to do is get like
not that you don't have a good head for it.
Let it all grow back, and then find the length that I like, and I'll keep it at that particular short length.
Yeah, you know, the weird thing with my brother was that he had lymphoma, and so they cut out some of the lymph glands in his neck. And after that, I think he experienced either male pattern baldness, which doesn't really exist in our family on the male side,
right?
Or something else. But he, you know, like I said, at least 20 years ago, he made this bet with his forensics team that if they took state, he'd shave his head. And they did, and he did. And he liked it so much, he just kept it that way.
Yeah.
So, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
So, along with Walter Bosley, we are still here with Cam, Ivan Ivanovich, Tim Possible, Nick from Echo Base Network, and I would like everyone to have an opportunity to say hello, and let's start with Tim Possible.
What's up, everyone? I'm glad to be back. Cardinal, thanks for reaching out. Nick, always good to see you. Walter, nice to meet you. Jill, you're an angel, and everyone that's reached out to me. You know, Cardinal, you're my homie. G. You know, Nick, I love you like a fat kid loves cake. You're awesome as well. But yeah, it's, you know, I don't know what the topics were tonight. Just, you know,
we're just kind of moving around from thing to thing.
All right, yeah.
Definitely glad that you made it, man.
Yeah.
you know, you've been on my list for a long time.
Well, Cardinal, you know, you've been, I've been support of you, and you've been support of me, and you've kind of been like this awkwardly brother.
Kind of the big brother.
Yeah, you know, you already knew. You already knew what I was going to talk about. So you're reading my mind. Darn it, Cardinal. You're reading my mind.
I'm using the veil of the Force, the world between worlds.
Yeah, yes, exactly. But all right. Well, I'll cut this short. That's hopefully what she didn't say, but not funny. But all right. Always honored to be on. Love you, Cardinal Sin. Nick.
Hey, love you, Tim.
Yeah. Forever forward, and great show, brother. And that's all I gotta say.
Hey, thanks,
I'm
man.
Back. Yeah. Peace.
All right. And skinny kids love cake too. Damn it.
Vegan cake. Supposedly.
You know what? It's surprising, but there are some very good vegan cakes.
Cardinal, I do.
They're
wanna
really
ask
fucking
you,
expensive, but
I do want to ask you one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, a
Fire
couple
away.
questions, since we haven't talked about film in a while.
Uh-huh.
Did you like the new zombie film that came out on Netflix? That was like this supposed boom.
Which one?
It was like we would never die, and then like 2 weeks earlier they had that one, or it was a month earlier, where it was like Hunger Games, where they they would do like very elementary-esque games, and they would die. Did you watch any of them? Like, I'm
not sure, but one of the things that you should know, Tim, is that
Squid Games. Yes, Squid Games. Yes.
One thing you should know, Tim, is that all of the new stuff with The Walking Dead and what was the other show that you mentioned?
No, I was talking about a show. It's called Squid Game.
Yeah, Squid Game was the first one. That was a phenomenon.
A lot of people don't realize that the stuff like Zombieland and Double Tap and stuff like that are just straight rip-offs of the George Romero movies without the rules. And when you're watching a George Romero zombie movie and you're understanding what the rules are, kind of like with Kevin Williamson and the Scream franchise. He's like my favorite screenwriter. He's one of my heroes as a screenwriter, because he really knows what he's doing. It's difficult to say, this is good or that's good, because it's you really sort of reach a zenith with those movies, and all the ones that come along and try and copy them or
replicate or
do something different or whatever. They're not George Romero movies. So my answer would be I just don't think that they're up to snuff.
But did you watch Squid Games? Did you watch at least one episode? Because you can't
I don't think I've ever heard of Squid Games.
Okay, all right, dude. I'm not look. I don't like zombie films at all. I don't like.
But
zombie,
you liked Army of the Dead, right?
I liked it, but I didn't like it. Right? It's a hot mess. It's like if
it is a hot mess.
Look. It's if Fast and Furious hits zombie genre. That's it. I'm not a Zack Snyder purist. Release the Snyder Cut. I'm not one of those.
No, I'm not either. Especially after the nerve he had going into Uche's channel. I mean, I was there for that live stream when he came in and he said, by the way, I just want to make sure everyone understands I have nothing to do with Geeks and Gamers. And then he started, being a total dick to the fans. I was in that live stream, and there were 20,000 people in that live stream, and I remember seeing Gary Nerdrotic go up, and I mentioned to Gary by name. I typed at Nerdrotic or whatever. I've never been in a live stream with 20,000 people. And he messaged me back and he was like, I know, right?
Well, Nick knows how I feel. He's fixing his mic, but I'm going to be straight up honest here. I don't shill for anyone.
No, don't hold back, Tim. God forbid you should hold back.
Yeah, I ain't no one. Who cares? But look, bro. I'm not, I've learned a lot. I shouldn't, I fell into the trap of cancel stuff or whatever. And I was young and immature or whatever, blah, blah, I grow. But, I still don't believe, I supported money towards Geeks and Gamers and all that. And I still support Ryan Kennel and what he did.
I don't. I do not support Ryan Kennel. He was responsible for Nerdrotic turning his back on his friend Doomcock, who is my friend, and everyone knows exactly where I stand. All you have to do is go back.
I was on your stream when we had that conversation, right?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah. So let me finish what I was saying.
Sure.
I'm not that hardcore, right? You know me. I'm not super hardcore.
No, you're easy to get along with.
Yeah, when I was on I love everyone, and I try to hear out with what people are saying and stuff like that, and I try to hear out with what everyone is saying, because if you live your life one way, it's skewed in one way, one way wrong. So, with the things with what RK Outpost was saying, he didn't want to apologize. I think that he should have apologized somewhat, but what he was saying was,
dude, I'll tell you something right
true,
now.
Right?
I'll tell you something right now. And Tim, I love you like a sibling. Okay. The fact that Ryan Kennel made fun of Doomcock, who is my friend, and Gary, who purported to be his friend at that time, did not move. He didn't. He laughed. He didn't ask for an apology. He didn't support his friend Doomcock. He basically walked away at that point. And I know because I was an insider before, any of the other Johnny-come-latelys on Doomcock's channel. And
Can I jump?
I was a channel supporter of Nerdrotics. I
donated to
I was a producer on the Exozone, and
I've donated all these channels like you, Cardinal. Not to that amount.
I had to disassociate myself from Nerdrotic and his channel, and I think that he done Doomcock dirty and wrong.
What was it over?
It was over a comment that Ryan from RK Outpost made about Doomcock and his fans, and
I think he is right.
Gary,
somewhat,
Gary,
though.
hang on. Gary from Nerdrotic could have immediately said, "Hey, take that back. Apologize to Doomcock," but he just laughed and let it go. And then he ended up hanging out with the guys on Friday Night Tights with Jeremy Griggs and Geeks and Gamers.
I
And
vaguely recall
he
this.
basically went for the money, you know. And
I don't think it's so black and
those
white. Cardinal
guys, Doomcock and Nerdrotic buried the hatchet over the phone, but they kept saying forever, "Yeah, we're gonna do the Exozone together. We're gonna do, I forget what their other show was called."
Yeah, Ryan said Doomcock was making stuff up, right?
Can I?
Yeah.
Wait a
Yeah.
second. Wait a second. I want to bring something to light. I'm not bringing like any breaking news from my sources, whatever high up. I want to point out something that we're not even bringing it up.
All right.
Like, the fact is, yeah, sure. I spoke with Ryan a little, like, I don't know him like how they know him, but the thing is, I don't like how they. It's seeming like you said, Cardinal Sin. They were doing dirty.
Ryan Cannell is persona non grata to me.
Well, all right. So this is my point. My point is the fact that they, Doomcock and Gary essentially talked it over and agreed, right, or whatever. They talked it out, right? I don't know. All the facts.
we only have Doomcock's word that is the case.
Okay. So
because since then, there has been no contact between Doomcock and Gary. And let me tell you this, Tim, because I happen to be an insider on this. Doomcock waited for Gary to
respond,
re-administer the Exozone, and while they both said there's going to be another Exozone, the last decent Exozone was the one that I produced.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, yeah, like, I mean, you're right about that, but it's like the thing was they were also like Ryan was criticizing the fans specifically.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Everything he said, like believed in the rumors, but though Doomcock before every video says, "Look, take this as like face value or whatever." Like, it's kind of like a parody and a performance. That's how I always took it. He's a performer. He's a great performer.
Yeah,
he
but
puts on a
that's
great
not
show.
what happened.
And
that's not what happened during.
Do you want to hear what Ryan actually said?
Uche's channel. That's not what actually happened.
Cardinal, that's a whole different thing. Remember that?
No, it's not a whole different thing. It's the basis for what happened. It's the reason that Gary went to the Friday Night Tights crowd and left Doomcock behind in the dust.
Are you talking about like the one, like the Zack Snyder stream, or this is totally separate? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't see that, bro.
Exactly.
I didn't see that. If you can point that out to me, like, it's new to me, man. New to me. I'm open. So, I'm here to hang out. So it's whatever you want to bring up.
So let's check out what Anti-Derivative Jill has to say. Yes, it was reported that they resolved the issues between them, but obviously the rift is long-lasting. All I know is that Doomcock wishes Gary well every time it is brought up in the super chat. And Ryan Cannell said that the people don't take it with a grain of salt were trolls, I think is what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
so
thank you for your very considered opinion. And I would like to bring things back, if I may, to Walter Bosley, because he is here, and frankly, he is kind of the celebrity in the room.
Me?
Well, I mean, yeah, we've got some people here in the chat, Walter, that have been here and done that, but when it comes down to it, I don't think that you have hours to spend with us.
Oh.
And I would really like to kind of get your feel for what's going on, whether it's the latest in the Seshari material, or what you're reading online, or what you're writing, because I understand that you have a new book that you're working on.
Yeah, I'm working on a sequel, the volume 2 to the Esoteric Napoleon.
Oh, great!
Which I can't believe I released that book 3 years ago now. 3 years ago this month, and that's kind of long awaited. People have been waiting for me to get back to that, and yeah, I probably won't be done with the book until ready to release it till like late summer or early fall, because I'm still, doing the deep dive into the research phase.
But it'll be 2022.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I'm
Okay.
committed to. That's the only book I'm working on until it's done, and other than that, it's just my film.
So will you have opportunities to appear on Into the Fringe?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We can still do that, right?
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that the last couple of years, like I do the books I do with Todd Wood, and I've done the other book projects and stuff, and I kept pushing Napoleon back and back, and so I finally promised myself and my readers and folks over at the channel that as far as what book I write, I'm focused on Napoleon, and nothing else gets written until I'm done with Napoleon. Maybe a pulp novel, depending. But I'm also doing my film this year too. So
oh yes, yeah, very excited about that.
But yeah, that doesn't change my
big supporter of that.
Yeah, yes indeed. Huge, but yeah. So
I feel this way.
Yeah.
Walter, that your film projects require funding because we don't have any idea what your films are going to end up being like, but they require a great deal of funding. And let's face it, you can't make even an amateur film for under $1,000.
Agreed.
If you do, you're really making great use of your pennies.
Resources. Yeah, I made that film that I've got on the channel now, Hell's Bells, that I made in 2012, my first silent picture. I made that for a total, and this was
$750.
$702.
$702.
That included.
That it's funny. That's almost exactly the number of cases that Project Blue Book declared to be true unknowns.
Oh, that's an interesting synchronicity.
-1.
Yeah, that's an interesting synchronicity.
701.
So yeah, I'm in the process of receiving costume pieces that I've ordered. I have some essential props already. I've already been ripped off once, I think. I bought one prop, and I didn't look close enough at the vendor reviews, and I should have, and I'm still regretting it. I don't know if they're just going to get it to me way later than they're supposed to, or if I've been shafted. But it looks like I'm going to have to buy the same prop somewhere else to have it in time for when I need to shoot with it. But
well, if you need additional funds, you know who to call.
Oh, thank you. You're good. You're solid because you threw a nice chunk at me.
Hey, man, it's something that I want to see and be part of, and
in this film, I really want to outdo
the guys from Echo Base Network. Will tell you that I put my money where my mouth is. As a matter of fact,
can you guys hear me?
Let's go ahead and bring
what's up, Nick?
Nick into the.
Is my mic working? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you. Let's go ahead and bring Nick into things and let him tell people about what I've done with their work.
Yeah, Cardinal basically went over our the documentary that we're working on now. For anybody that doesn't know, our first documentary was the Star Wars: The Sequel Trilogy documentary, which was basically a documentary from the time Lucasfilm was bought by Disney all the way up until after. Well, the special edition that we added onto it goes.
You guys predicted the future.
You did. And I have a wonderful Blu-ray signed by both you and Coach.
Yep. We did which was completely crowdfunded by our channel members. By the way, there were several people asking for it, and to have it authored and have the cases and the disc made with the art and all that sort of stuff on it was just expensive, and me and Coach didn't have the money
Nick,
for it.
There are a ton of people that support you just based on the orders alone, right?
Oh yeah. And they basically crowdfunded the whole thing to get us to get Blu-rays made for it. So that's what we did, and we got literally like less out of the 200 that we got like less than 20 left.
Yeah. Get your autographed sequel trilogy documentary as soon as possible.
Because we're not ordering anymore. Like once they're gone, that's it.
That's it.
Yep. So, but Cardinal helped out some with that first documentary. With I think you looked over some of the script or some of the edits. I think we were doing, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, and then the second one that we're doing, which is the rise and fall of LucasArts Gaming, Cardinal basically went through the entire script that we had, basically the rough draft that we did, and basically just
I just did a little editing.
Did
a little revision.
Some revision and editing for that, and we currently have a rough cut of that currently. We got a couple other people that's helping us out. We're going to be setting up interviews with people and stuff on all the different LucasArts gaming, all the different LucasArts games that people are going to be kind of giving their thoughts on, memories of, that sort of thing, and it's going to cover basically the beginnings of Lucas's, basically him delving into the video game market, all the way up until when they sold to Disney, and Disney basically, shit canned LucasArts, and it was basically pretty much just a shell canceled all the games, all that. So we kind of go through all that, and hopefully we're gonna have that out this year. We kind of been
Nick,
working on it, huh?
I got a question to ask you. I know you're a big, like I know you like Fallen Order. I know Coach not so much, or whatever, as far as the story.
Yeah.
And also, we think about the Force Unleashed, like.
I love those games.
Yeah. So I would love for you guys to cover that, like as maybe a mini series, and maybe show some of your gameplay highlights. I think that would be absolutely incredible.
Well, all those games will be in the documentary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll be covering everything. All
I
games,
think in your marketing material to make people excited about it, you got to like cover the highlight points, right? Like because Star Wars is very kind of so right now. Like I haven't had the privilege to discuss with you about like the book of Mandalorian, right?
Yeah.
So you know what I mean.
Night.
Yeah. So you know what I mean. So you gotta like put like this highlight point on there. So, but I mean, they didn't they announce like a couple of highlightable games that are dropping? Isn't there going to be like Jedi Fallen Order 2? Did they announce that? And then also, weren't they going to do SWTOR, like revamp that game? That's not true? Or
I know they're doing a remake of KOTOR, and then they're doing Fallen Order 2, which hasn't officially been announced yet, but all the rumors, everybody knows they're working on it. But we're not going to be covering any of that kind of stuff because that's kind of falls under EA and Disney and Ubisoft and other properties. We're literally just covering the LucasArts games, so which would include the Force Unleashed 1 and 2, X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter, the X-Wing series, the TIE Fighter series, KOTOR, pretty much all those games that they came out with.
That sounds really cool, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun project. It's just very time consuming.
So do you? I got one big question to ask you. All right, so I've been theorizing here. Crazy mind. Okay. So look, they said Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. I know everyone knows that cliche, but though, do you think May the 4th they're going to drop it? The Obi-Wan Kenobi series on a Wednesday. It's on a Wednesday. Do you think they're going to drop it on there?
I don't know if it'll come May the 4th. From the rumors that's been going around, they were going to try to drop it in May, but they might push it back till summer, till like mid July or towards the end of July or something.
They already shot this thing though, man.
Yeah. Bad Batch season 2 is supposed to come out in May.
Who cares about that though?
Not me.
That's very hard to get through. But dude,
but they might not want to overshadow it with the Obi-Wan show, so they might end up pushing it back if they release Bad Batch in May. If I had to guess, I would guess Bad Batch would end up coming out in May, and they will end up pushing Obi-Wan back to like July or August.
Yeah, Moon Knight is coming out in March, and you got the Batman coming out also in March earlier, which I'm really excited about that. I know, I know you're not you're a Star Wars channel, but
Well, I actually did a trailer breakdown and review for Moon Knight.
You like Moon Knight?
Yeah,
What's your thoughts on Oscar Isaac? What's your thoughts on Oscar Isaac? Do you like him?
Yeah, I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, he's phenomenal.
They're from the looks of the trailer, it looks like they're making him British instead of American. From the comic. So it looks like they're changing. It looks like they're changing the character up somewhat from the comics a little bit, and he's supposed to have some powers, like some sort of like
they change based
psychic
on
visions or something.
I know in the trailer that the female character calls him Mark, but do we know for sure if the British personality is going to turn out to be Mark Spector?
Well,
I don't know. I'm looking forward to that series though. But the only thing that concerns me is I think that would be a better like R-rated series for Moon Knight, because Moon Knight he's
like
not
Batman.
like Batman. Like he has no problem like killing folks, and getting ruthless. So I've always wanted a Moon Knight movie or show, but I always thought that it would kind of fit in with like maybe they would have brought him in during Wesley Snipes' Blade movies. Or
that would have been great.
Well, I heard a rumor that maybe Werewolf by Night's going to be connected to it, or
really?
Yeah, I'd heard that.
Yeah, I mean, that was his official.
Walter, you may have been the only person that's heard that.
Yeah,
maybe.
I did not hear that. Well, the thing is, though, there was a teaser in what was it, the Spider-Man movie or whatever, the end credit scene where they had, what was it, Blade, to be the voiceover, not voiceover, the end credit scene with Jon Snow. Not Jon Snow, but you know who I'm talking about. But that was basically the scene. And they're like, okay, what are we going to do here? So this is my thoughts on this. So obviously there's going to be a lot of cameos, but what are they going to do in this cinematic universe that they haven't done? There has to be some forward thinking.
The DCEU.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cardinal, go full screen. Expand. I want to hear your thoughts.
I'm just saying. Are you talking about the DCEU?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, so. Look, I mean, we got Oscar Isaac, which is phenomenal. He's been in bad roles before.
He's a great actor.
Yeah.
He's phenomenal. I mean, he had bad luck in, being in Apocalypse.
I thought
Let's
he
all
was
admit
amazing
that, right?
in Ex Machina.
Yes!
Walter, did you see Ex Machina?
Not yet.
Ex Machina is
You've
his
never
best
seen Ex
role.
Machina?
No.
Is his best role, bro.
Oh my
Best role
fucking
ever.
god.
Yeah, I got
With
it.
Felicia Vikander?
Ex Machina is probably the
Phenomenal.
best science fiction film in the last 10 years.
Oh, I got
Yes,
it.
I haven't
Partisan
seen it,
is
man.
amazing.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
I'll have to watch it. I don't think Coach has seen it either. Maybe
Are you serious?
Yeah, maybe
gotta
after
watch
Book of
it.
Boba
I
Fett.
don't know you guys anymore. I have no idea who you are.
Nick, you gotta watch it, bro. Like, no,
Maybe
Felicia
we'll do a
Vikander's
reaction
in
to
there.
that one.
Yeah, and there's another Star Wars character in there as well, right? The ginger guy. Who's the ginger guy? I can't remember. But you know what I'm talking about, like
From Ex Machina?
Yeah. He's in Star Wars.
Oh yeah, Oscar Isaac, yeah.
No, you have Oscar Isaac, but then you have the ginger guy that's the simp for Felicia Vikander, right? That plays the droid. That's the human being type.
The pansexual or what?
Whatever. The ginger guy.
I don't know who the ginger guy is.
Yeah, was
Someone
he in
help
the
me out.
sequel trilogy?
Yes, he's in the sequel
Is
trilogy.
he in all of them?
Help me out here. He plays.
Ivan Ivanovich says,
General Hux.
I saw a werewolf drinking a pina colada at Trader Vic's.
Dom Neil Gleason.
Yes, Donald Gleason. Yes, that dude, the last ginger to ever live. But yeah, that
That's
dude,
so
he's
funny.
a good actor. He's in there.
He's in there somewhere.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh, I don't know.
He's the son of the big guy in Braveheart and all those other movies. Brendan Gleeson.
Oh shit! So I was like,
This is why you should not smoke pot before you come
my
on
gosh,
midnight to midnight.
yeah. Bring Nick on there, Jesus.
I mean, Walter, you would never, ever consider smoking pot before you came on midnight to midnight, right?
I'm done.
Oh, I haven't smoked it. I started using edibles during chemo, and then I started using them again for the arthritis pain, and it really works for the
I'm glad it works.
As a chronic pain patient, I can say, without reservation, Native American or otherwise, that edibles really hit the spot. Unfortunately, I live in Kansas, which is surrounded literally by states that either have recreational and or medicinal marijuana. But Kansas has been voting against its own interests for 100 years. So, go figure.
Well,
I live in a red state.
The only thing I don't like about the edibles is if I use them, I have to use them like before I go to bed because they can still linger, and I don't like not having energy during the day when I need the energy.
Exactly.
And they do mess with your energy.
As opposed to me, and I'm a chronic pain patient, the very first thing I do is when I wake up, I reach over and I grab a gummy. And a gummy is a thing that they put Delta 8 in. Are you familiar with Delta 8?
That's what I got right here. I was sitting here just looking at the package. I got a Remedy Gummies Delta 8, 100 milligram total. 5 gummies coming in a pack. But I got
Walter,
these.
I guess you wouldn't have to know what gummies are because you live in a state where it's legal.
Yeah, I use gummies. I have a cookie right now that someone here at the house gave me. They said, "Hey, try this," and
you're like, okay,
because it works,
Yeah.
But yeah, I've still never smoked the stuff. And
well,
actually,
good for you.
I can't. I used to smoke a tobacco pipe. Something that I would do on rare occasion, even, more rare than, I would rarely smoke a cigar, if someone gave me one, but I can't do any of the smoking.
Did you ever smoke cigarettes?
No, I was never a cigarette guy.
Good.
But I really, since I shouldn't be doing that, I'm, I don't know, I just kind of avoid the smoking.
Wait a second, Walter. What is that on your shirt? It looks like you have
said
an awesome
Moon
shirt.
Knight.
Moon Knight? Oh, okay.
Moon Knight.
That's why I was raising it earlier.
Moon Knight.
Yeah.
That's a dope shirt, bro.
That is a dope shirt.
I got turned on to Moon Knight in the early mid '80s.
I was going to say 1983.
My
when it came out.
My best friends at the time, they're big Marvel guys. They're huge, into Marvel, and I would go to the comic book stores with them. And I'm not really a superhero comic guy, but Moon Knight interested me because I do have this big, swath of gothicness going through me, and it
swath of gothicness.
Yeah, it appealed to me. This shadow, gothic.
Is that a metric swath of gothicness?
Whatever. And so Moon Knight appealed to me because the occultic side of it, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
dive deep more into that. Like, someone to me, my favorite character in all history is Batman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for Moon Knight, you talked about this character being like deep in mythology. Is there like a deep like lore behind this? Is there like some mythology behind that I'm missing that I would like capture to? That's what I'm talking about.
Now remember, this is going back to they've rebooted the.
This is going back to the 70s.
Yeah,
that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
Mark Spector was this mercenary, and he gets in this fight, and he ends up. I think he does die in this tomb in Egypt, and there's the gods standing there, and the powers of the he gets revived and resurrected or whatever, and
but it comes with a price.
It does. Yeah,
and
so. Well, like, hold on for a second. So, like, this person does these things for a reason. What is the pivotal reason why he does this, right? Batman, we know why Batman does what he does. His parents died. He literally sees his parents die. That's why we replicate.
So, are you asking why does Moon Knight do what he does?
Yes, Cardinal, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, yes. Walter, take it away.
My understanding was, he ends up with multiple personalities and stuff, of course. But
it's multi-layered. It's great, but like, why? Why? Answer the question.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Sorry, bro.
You know, it's the classic right versus wrong. You know, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good versus evil. Yeah.
It's not. He didn't witness his parents die, but he himself, dies in this. In this tomb.
This conversation.
He's resurrected, and
that's what makes him Moon Knight.
Yeah. So Moon Knight is a different personality than Mark Spector. See, it's literally, and then he's got the other.
Although Mark Spector is a pretty cool name.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, and he's multi-layered because like every like shift of the moon, he's a different character. Essentially, he is because like you have one layer, there's 4 layers, but like each character is different, right?
Waxing, waning. Full, new.
Yeah. No. You know what I'm saying, Cardinal. Like he's essentially a different character in each form, right?
All right. Let's see what Walter has to say about it.
I was just going to say that I'm catching up with the latest incarnation, the one with the Mr. What's his name, who's in the white, and he's kind of like the Sherlock Holmes.
Mitzelplick.
No.
Yeah. Well, Cardinal's
white, and he's kind of a Sherlock Holmesian personality that is one of the personalities now. So I'm catching up on that.
Is that a cosmic personality?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, he was basically the Egyptian god of vengeance. I can't remember how you pronounce his name. It's like.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. It's a Shulamanis.
Yeah, Khonshu is the Egyptian god of vengeance, and he basically has Mark Spector come back to life and be his avatar of vengeance. On Earth.
Dope as hell, man.
So he basically does. He's and this is why he gets compared to Batman a lot, because he's out there fighting crime and getting vengeance.
Let's see what you got there.
Well, these are some of the more recent years graphic novel stuff that I've gotten for gifts at Christmas. Here's a few years back.
Are you a unknown Batman fan or an unknown Moon Knight
I'm the
fan?
biggest Batman fan you'll ever meet.
I'm a Moon Knight guy. But here's the cool thing, guys.
Because I remember the Moon Knight toys from back in the early 80s.
These are the actual Moon
Knight. My God.
These are the actual Moon Knight, the actual ones I bought in the 80s.
Holy Hannah.
Years. They're,
Wow, and you still have them.
Oh, hell yeah.
And they're all
That's
boxed
dope, dude.
and bagged.
The blue. Hey, wait a second. Go back to that blue one. Like the third to the last. The third to the last. You have that dope one with the yellow. You saw it. You know what I'm talking about. That one looks sick as fuck. Like you have a dope comic there. You know, you saw it. But look, I mean, yeah, Moon Knight looks incredible. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, he's the one superhero or hero character, I should say, comic book hero character that appealed to me more than any other. So he's really the only one that I've, usually for me with comic books when I was a kid, it was House of Mystery, Weird War,
Vault of Horror,
Sergeant Rock, Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos.
Yeah.
Weird War, that kind of stuff. It was the horror.
And don't forget the Warren comics, right?
Oh God, yeah.
How many of the Warren comics can you roll off the tongue?
Oh, I don't have any of those handy, and I don't know. I had back in 1973 to 4. I was buying the Planet of the Apes. I don't know if Warren put those out, but they were the full-size magazine type comic. And anything Planet of the Apes, I just ate up. I love it.
Oh yeah, Planet of the Apes was cool.
This right here was one of my favorite comic book card sets that I collected back in '92, and this was one of my favorite cards.
Walter Bosley, Nicholas Glenn. Glenn,
Nick.
Walter Bosley.
Yep. So yeah, this was and I actually still have this set of cards.
No way.
That's
yeah,
very
from
cool.
1992. But yeah, this was one of my favorite cards in that set. Was this Moon Knight card right here? And then this one right here was from Marvel.
That's dope, bro.
It wasn't Masterpieces. It was like Marvel Universe. I can't remember, but I actually have this card set as well. But yeah, he was such a freaking cool character.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I didn't get into him till early '90s when they were having that run of his that went from what was it, from like 91 to 93, I think.
Yeah, during those years, I was, my son was born in 90. I was working for the FBI. 93, I went into the Air Force. So I was, my focus, I was still doing my writing. I was still into my pop culture favorite things, but I had kind of lost track of following Moon Knight, during those years, during the 90s, and picked up on him again.
Well, Moon Knight was easy to grasp on because you have Batman. Because Moon Knight is a knockoff of Batman. Let's be honest.
He's Marvel's Batman,
Yeah, because that's why you're grasping on him. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I could write any, Batman is like the most, everyone knows Batman is like the most latch on character we would want to be on. Let's be honest. And even bigger than Superman, it's proven, man. Like when those Dark Knight trilogies came out,
I'm gonna have to break in here for a second and say, okay, yeah, there was one comic run where Batman, got the one up on Superman.
Okay,
and we're talking about Poison Ivy and the green kryptonite and all this kind of bizarre shit. And I'll be the first person to say, okay, that landed. It sold a lot of comics, but you know what? They are never gonna do that in the film.
Never. I agree with that.
Never.
I agree with that.
They're never going to touch that in films because nobody wants to see Superman die even if it's only for a short time. And they've already done Batman versus Superman.
They did.
And we saw, you know, what a great turnout they had for that. I think Zack Snyder is a really good director.
Visual.
I
Director,
have
not a
to
good
agree.
director.
I have to agree with the guys in now I forget what it's called, but they reviewed Army of the Dead as Army of the Dead Pixels because the cameras that they used were missing pixels in the camera. So every time they made a shot, there were dead pixels in the in the film. And because the guys from God, what is it called? It's a YouTube channel. Red Letter Media. The guys from Red Letter Media are editors of film. And that's why they're able to take apart films so easily. And, excuse me, I have to get rid of a Russian bot.
Let me get in here real quick.
Damn Russians.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to go here soon. But I wanted to ask Walter to describe this Napoleon book he's talking about.
The Esoteric Napoleon.
Because I definitely went through a Napoleonic phase in my life.
Didn't you win the Esoteric Napoleon?
Nope.
Oh, well, we'll have to fix that.
Yeah, I'm interested in what
Just make sure I have your address, and I'll just send you one.
What the thrust of it is.
Oh, no. You can't do that. Walter, he's already won 9 out of 10 of the books that that have been available. Somehow he's without even being interested in it, he's won almost every Into the Fringe giveaway. However, I will go ahead and share this
We have
screen
Cam here, bro. Cam's here.
Basically, I've become I'm in the admirer camp. I'm in that camp that Andrew Roberts, the historian's in. Napoleon was not the evil Antichrist, despot, megalomaniac that British historians and British propaganda have shoved at us for 200 years.
Oh, and they continue to, yeah.
And basically, my book, I have fun with it, just like the title says. It's the esoteric Napoleon. I focus on his esoteric side, his interests. I focus on what did I miss?
Holy shit! Sorry.
I'm
done.
When he went to Egypt. And I have a hypothesis for the night he spent in the pyramid, which I do believe that happened.
And by the way, that's nothing to laugh at. When Walter Bosley says he's done his homework, he's done his research on the Great Pyramid of Giza, it's not a laughing matter.
It just means I'm gonna die. So.
I'm lost.
I am too.
Just let him continue.
I'm done.
And I go into some of the one particular aspect of his genealogy and a possible ancestor he's linked to, and it's probably not anyone you've ever heard of, but it's somebody who kind of just disappeared from history. And I am an advocate of, it's not my theory, it's been around for years, but basically when they were pretty much stalled at La Rochelle.
Isn't it safe to say, Walter, that you were the one that brought it to prominence?
I don't know. I think it's been around. I'll just
I
say
mean,
that.
I'm not trying to ask you to self-aggrandize, but it is true that you brought this back to the fore.
I'm the most recent person to talk about it, but
Yeah.
basically when they were at La Rochelle, it's a matter of record because other people have documented it. The United States had a frigate offshore, and they sent a boat to get Napoleon to bring him to the United States. Napoleon's brother, he was almost a twin of. They would get confused.
They switched places, right?
Joseph, his brother, begged him to switch places with him.
Why?
And history tells us
why.
That because he didn't want the British to get their hands on him, and it's
Napoleon.
It's right. It's nuance. Joseph would have been. I'm trying to tell the short version.
There were a lot of people.
Here, the questions you're asking lead into the long version, but the short version is his brother begged him to switch places. He said they'll never know the difference.
Walter, this is Midnight to Midnight. The long version is okay.
Okay, well, Joseph Bonaparte was the one who really dug more than Napoleon, being a king, being, this
emperor
socialite. Okay, Napoleon wasn't really crazy about that aspect. Joseph, and at the time when they're waiting for the British to arrive at La Rochelle to arrest him, everybody, not just the Bonapartes, but everybody in the world assumed that England would put Napoleon under house arrest in the north of England. Well, the oligarch buttholes running England, they were scared to death.
You can say assholes on my channel if you want.
British assholes. And when I say British assholes, I don't mean the regular folks. I mean their aristocracy, their, blah, blah, blah. So they were so afraid that Napoleon would become so popular with the British people, that they didn't want him on British soil. So they didn't tell him until they arrived at La Rochelle to get him that they were going to put him on St. Helena. In fact,
and where is La Rochelle?
It's on the coast of France.
Yeah, north coast of France.
And it. So here's the thing. History tells us that Napoleon says, "Oh no, I trust the British will treat me well," and he went off to St. Helena. The problem with that is, one time in downtown Philadelphia, I believe, one of Napoleon's closest bodyguards recognized him on the street. Allegedly, Joseph was coming down the street, and this guy was walking up the street, and the guy, Mon Emperor, and Joseph was like, "Oh no." Joseph was like, "Oh no, you're mistaken. I'm Joseph." And this guy was like, bullshit. Okay. And then, not Castlereagh, but the guy who was one of the interviewers of Napoleon on St. Helena, one of the well-known ones, he reported everything back to his masters in England. And in one of these reports, he said, "I swear, I think it's Joseph. It's not Napoleon." And that's a matter of record.
Interesting.
I think, so I'm an advocate, and that's what my book goes into. I dug into it a little more. I'm an advocate of the idea that Napoleon and Joseph switched places because they look so much alike. Now, remember, these were the days before for photography, right? And so they wouldn't have had pictures to compare, and they did look so much alike that they would get confused for each other. Now, Joseph would not. Joseph was expecting, okay, I'll just pretend to be my brother.
Especially given that this was the time before photography, right?
Yeah. And Joseph was assuming he would spend the rest of his days in a nice villa in the north of England, and then he finds out he's going to this frickin' rock, miles off the coast of West Africa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was an adjustment, but there were plots thought up, and the British were so afraid that they were going to try to spring who they thought was Napoleon off of St. Helena. One of those plots was brewing in South America, but they could never prove it. But anyway, my book goes into that and other very interesting things about what.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
When you say your book goes into that,
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Esoteric Napoleon or the second book?
Oh, everything I've been talking about is from the first book.
Okay, all right.
The second book
has yet to be written.
Yeah, but what I'm doing is I'm pulling threads left from the first ones, very specific threads, and digging deeper into it. And
that's what I love about you, Walter. You never let a stray yarn go.
I try not to.
You pull on those threads as hard as you can.
But I also admit when I'm speculating, which not a lot of people in this field do.
When you find something that really hits home, and even if it's speculation and you're connecting the dots for your readers, I think that's really important, you know?
Well, it's, it's how you ultimately find what the truth is by thinking outside of the box and considering the things that most people don't want to or wouldn't consider. And, that's what I do is I look at the things, I analyze it. And if I see something that just doesn't really make complete sense, and look, I became an admirer of Napoleon during this research because all I knew was that crap that we've all been taught. He was a balding, fat, megalomaniac, despot
who got exiled to blah blah blah.
Yeah, and I learned that none of that was true. I mean, did he have an ego? Yeah, I've got an ego. A lot of people have egos. A lot of great people have egos.
If you're going to be the Emperor of France.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the new Ridley Scott movie. Joaquin Phoenix is going to play Napoleon. And
say again?
Joaquin Phoenix is cast as Napoleon in the upcoming Ridley Scott film, and people go, "Wait a minute, what's he going to do?"
What's the film called?
I don't know what the title is. It's
okay.
It's a biopic about, but what they don't realize, what a lot of people don't realize about Napoleon is, when he was on his rise, he was this young, slender guy with long hair to his shoulders, brooding Italian looks. The women loved him. His men would follow him anywhere.
Sure.
This incredible figure. And I don't know if it's going to be one.
Men wanted to be him. And women wanted to be with him.
Yeah, and actually he maintained a sense of humor even through those years that he was supposed to be this grumpy megalomaniac. I think it was either when they were fleeing later in his career, one of the few battles that they lost that they were having to flee from the enemy, right? Napoleon, and this might have even been Waterloo if I'm thinking right. Napoleon is on his horse next to one of his generals, and this general had written down in his memoir that the emperor turns to him and kind of makes a joke and laughs and says, "Well, I really screwed that one up, didn't I?" And it's like a megalomaniac asshole is not going to admit, "Oh wow, I really screwed that up."
Screwed the pooch.
Yeah, and the guy did some wrong things as a leader. He the way he controlled the press. He was supposed to be all about liberty and equality and freedom, and he controlled the press in a way he shouldn't have. He also allowed not so much a rival but a guy who was kind of a potential political problem. He kind of turned his back knowing that guy was going to be assassinated by Fouché's security people. And that he
by whom?
Fouché, I think, was the
Fouché.
Fouché, yeah, was the his security chief, and that guy was a real. He was
piece
more
of work.
Yeah, he was more of a wacko than Napoleon. But Napoleon knew he shouldn't have let that happen, but he did. And but for the most part, this guy is not. The whole thing about Nostradamus, you don't know how many times, particularly in our community that I move in, people say, "Oh, but what about Nostradamus predicting he was the first Antichrist?" That is complete and utter bullshit, because even a guy named Edgar Leone, who was either the first or one of the foremost 20th century writers to to put forth that idea. He admitted in public sources that he based this claim and what he wrote on on a very bad translation of Nostradamus, and he said he never read any of the original Nostradamus. He based all his crap on this bad translation. So when it was properly translated, Nostradamus did not identify Napoleon at all. No, you know, and
although I do recall, and maybe you can set me straight on this. I do recall a film that was, I think, narrated by Orson Welles.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to do with the predictions of Nostradamus.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I remember in particular was that the tomb of Nostradamus, or his burial place or whatever, would be... oh gosh, how do they put it? Anyone that messed around with the tomb of Nostradamus.
Oh, there was a curse on it?
Yeah, and what happened, allegedly, again, I can't state this for certainty because I wasn't in the 17th century, but apparently when people came to raid the tomb of Nostradamus, they were hit by a cannonball that was from the French Revolution, and that Nostradamus had predicted this.
Well, that's an interesting story. Unfortunately,
it's complete bullshit.
Yeah, it sounds like something that Sun Classic Films probably did. You know, they did a lot of it.
Well, like I said, Orson Welles was the narrator, so...
Yeah, who I'm a huge
F
admirer of.
for fake!
I love Orson Welles. I'm a big fan of his, too.
Don't remember.
I seem to have, in recent years, really gravitated towards misunderstood... these great misunderstood, guys. Napoleon, Orson Welles. There's just something that appeals to me about
Napoleon, Orson Welles.
It's the misunderstood great man, so to speak.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, really, you can extend that to Randall Carlson, Graham Hancock. If you want to really talk about misunderstood people, you can grab your favorite nonconformist historian all the way back to prehistory.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm gonna have to get going, but thanks for that, and
sure.
I look forward to getting my hands on a copy of that book then.
Yeah,
absolutely. And the volume 2 will be coming out, like I said earlier, later this year.
And before Ivanovich goes, Walter, is there a place that we can show him where to go to get more of your books?
My book,
because he's already won 2 of your books.
Well, my books are print on demand only through lulu.com. I do not sell on Amazon because Amazon's terrible.
And what is the
small press publishers?
The URL for Lulu?
Lulu.com. LULU.com, and just put my name in there and my label, and my books will pop up in the search. Yeah.
And
I still don't have a problem with sending a copy.
And Ivan Ivanovich, thank you very much for being on Midnight to Midnight tonight. I'm glad to see that you are healthy enough to join us, and I look forward to the next time.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Walter, if you have a public email, I'll send you one.
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's lostamazon9@gmail.com. That's with the number. Lostamazon and the number 9 @gmail.com.
All right. Very good. Good night, guys.
Night.
Gal.
See ya.
Gal in the chat.
LostAmazon9.com.
LostAmazon9@gmail.com.
All right. Thanks.
Sure.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this Ridley Scott movie. As a lot of people know, Stanley Kubrick had intended to do a film on Napoleon, and what happened was,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the 1970 film Waterloo came out, the one with Rod Steiger, and so he ended up making Barry Lyndon instead. Barry Lyndon happened because with Waterloo coming out, he didn't want to do another. He didn't want there. He thought he made a mistake, I think, because I could only imagine what a Stanley Kubrick Napoleon biopic would have been like. That just
no kidding.
Particularly with his interests and the book I wrote, this esoteric stuff. I especially would be fascinated with what was in that script, and
he really should have consulted you
before he died, right? Well, I wasn't turned on to this until long after he died, but we could have done a seance, I guess. But I'm really looking forward. Ridley Scott is one of those directors that it's like, okay, if anyone's going to do it, he's one of those that I think has.
Walter, I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
Something I don't generally tell guests or mods or fans or anything. I haven't seen very many Ridley Scott films.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Alien.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Prometheus, which is a complete pile of shit.
You've seen Blade Runner, right? The first one?
I've seen Blade Runner. I liked Blade Runner. It was an absolute shambles at the box office.
Right.
I've seen Blade Runner 2049, which I very much enjoyed.
You did? I hated it. I was bored to death.
Here's one of the things that people don't know about Blade Runner 2049. And I realize that Tessa will back me up against the wall on this. But 2049 really does bring a lot of clarity to the Blade Runner universe.
But who wants it?
The more times you watch Blade Runner 2049, the more sense it makes, and the more locked in to that original Blade Runner mythos that it grants.
But
I think all you have to do is watch Blade Runner 2049 more, and you'll get more out of it.
Here's what I think about 2049. Don't take out the things that connect it to Blade Runner. Take out Rick Deckard at least, and have it be its own movie, and that might have been interesting. I don't want the first Blade Runner to be clarified. I love it that there was that, for a lot of people, there was that ambiguity. Is he a replicant? Is he not? That's what the paper Oregon.
I don't think that, honestly, Walter, I honestly don't think that people wondered about whether Rick Deckard was a replicant until some of the later cuts. Now, I happen to own a 4K UHD multi-disc version of Blade Runner.
Sure.
And it includes the work print cut, the director's cut.
Right, all of those.
You know, all 5 of the different versions.
I had no idea. I had no idea until in the last 10 years that there was even this discussion. And I've loved that movie since 1982 when I saw it in the theaters.
But when you see the Edward James Olmos character leaving unicorns, and in the original movie, in the original cut, Sir Ridley Scott actually filmed a unicorn sequence for the original movie.
Right.
But the studio made him remove it because they were like, what the fuck is this? This has nothing to do with the movie. It takes up too much time.
It had everything to do
studio
with the movie.
obviously wants to, reduce the runtime.
Sure.
And so they cut this out and they cut that out. But when you go back to the director's cut,
it's there.
He not only returned the unicorn sequence, but because the unicorn sequence he'd shot for the original film had been completely blown away by the studio, he had to put in the unicorn sequence from Willow. And in doing so, he opened up a whole new space for fans to determine, is Deckard a replicant or not?
Sure.
And the way I've seen people make a case that Deckard was a replicant, aside from the orange in the back of the eyes and all that kind of stuff, somebody really brought it to the fore that if the Rick Deckard character were a replicant and he didn't really have any experiences to cushion his libido, let's say, then you get a sequence like what you have when Deckard says to Rachel, okay, I don't think you're a replicant. I was just joking. It's a bad joke. You're fine.
Yeah,
Just
because
go
he hurt
ahead
her
and
feelings. Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to spare her feelings, but by that point, she already knows she's a replicant because she's been through this whole,
I think she's suspecting it deeply. I don't think she.
Yeah.
Really
Yes.
knows.
Yeah.
But
she very heavily suspecting, and in that, he sits down at the piano. He has all these black and white photographs, and then the Edward James Olmos character is throwing these, origami unicorns at him, and something that a lot of people don't know is that Edward James Olmos came up with city speak, the language that they use in Blade Runner.
Oh yeah.
And in Blade Runner 2049, you find him in like an old folks home or whatever, and he speaks regularly. He speaks like, you and I can understand.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really what he's about. He's really a character that's sort of in between Rick Deckard and the police commissioner, the guy that's the sort of the guy that wants that Blade Runner magic back.
Yeah.
That guy. I don't remember his name, but it's pretty obvious on the second viewing of Blade Runner that Rick Deckard in the movie is a replicant.
It wasn't obvious to me. It
Absolutely obvious.
It didn't cross my mind.
In the book,
years later.
He's a human.
Right.
In the book, he's a human. In Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
He's a human. Yeah.
He's a human being.
Yeah.
But in Blade Runner, I think there's a very good case to be made that the director is pushing the audience beyond the technical aspects of what makes the difference between a human and an android, and what's the difference between a Nexus 6 and a Nexus 8.
Yeah.
And I think it's fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah, for me the first one's a masterpiece. The second one just didn't do it for me, and I don't.
Sorry.
I don't find it necessary to get out of the first one what I get out of it to have anything to do with the second one. It didn't click with me.
All I can recommend.
My son liked it a lot. I was just like, nah. But I love when I have that experience with a film where it's years later before I turn on to an aspect that I missed. A lot of people would be embarrassed. They go, "Oh, I can't believe I didn't get that," But I just finally turned on to Apocalypse Now about 3 years ago. The switch went on, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I get this movie. This is not a war movie. This is a mythological horror film. This is wow. Wow." And so, I had seen Apocalypse Now years ago and appreciated its craftsmanship and artistry and stuff, but I didn't get it. It didn't click with me until about 3 years ago, as I said. And I can't watch it enough. I just watch it over and over, and I get what's really going on, much better than I ever did years before. And it's not that, years ago there were films where I would get the undercurrent, I would get the subtext, but that's a film that it just didn't. And I love that. Like I said, I love it when that switch goes on. It doesn't matter to me how old a film is. I fell in love with Metropolis when a high school buddy of mine said, "Hey, the complete Metropolis is playing at a theater in LA. I was going to go see it." "Hey, yeah, I'll go." And first time I saw a silent movie in a theater, and it totally impacted me as a cinema lover. Obviously, I ended up 2 years later, making my own silent film, and I'm making another one now. And it just clicked with me. And so I just love that. To me, that's part of the cinematic experience and that I've had, and I love it. And that's why the new one I'm making, I definitely want to outdo the first one. Obviously, there's things in there that are gonna, I think, go way beyond what I attempted to do with the other film. So I'm going to be starting principal photography next week. I'm just waiting to get another costume piece in, and my lead is going to come down, and we're going to do the makeup test and do the costume fitting, and then we get rolling next week. So
sounds like a fun project.
Oh yeah, it's the kind. It's I will say this: the story is, it's a big fat metaphor. The things you see happen in the film are metaphorical. They're symbolic. The story is drawn from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Great Liberation, the Book of the Dead, and other esoteric and occult sources. There's parts that are going to make people clutch their pearls. It's just, I'm really going to go all out to to really give the viewer an esoteric experience. I use that word a lot, but that's what I want the viewer of the film to come away going, what the hell, wow, and want to watch it again and again, because when they do figure out what's actually happening, it's really an amazingly it's what's really going on in the story is not as dark as it will appear. And that's the only time I'm going to give that clue until after the movie's done.
Are you doing it in black and white?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Black and white, and it's the way the costuming and what I'm doing. The movie's made like it was made in 1927, 28. So
okay.
It's black and white. I'm using old timey in camera effects. I'm using miniatures. I've already actually shot some B-roll of a miniature of a temple on a mountain that I made from scratch. And if I decide down the road I don't like the shot, I'll redo the shot. I'm going to shoot the title credits, in a physical multi-layer kind of mode. I'm not going to do them on the computer. There's going to be as much in-camera stuff as possible. Practical effects. Practical visuals, yeah. Locations. I'm building the sets in my home. So yeah, it will. It'll be something. It'll be something. And I'm shooting it in 1080. So the idea is, when I came out with the movie in 2012, I pretty much rented a theater here in Redlands, California, a theater that was built and opened in 1925 during the silent era.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I screened my 1920s period type silent movie.
Silent film.
Yeah, and I want to do that again. I'm going to do a double feature. I'm going to show Hell's Bells again, and then I'm going to show the new film. It's titled The Kaleidoscope Grimoire, and that's why I'm shooting it in 1080, so that I can also maybe enter it in some festivals. We'll see.
Which I personally have supported a great deal, because I think it's going to be an amazing film. And Walter, where can people join in and support the film?
I have a particular link. It's a PayPal link, and it's at nobudgetcinema.blogspot.com. There's a little donate button, on the right there at the top in the right-hand column.
Was that no budget?
No budget cinema.
Like so?
No budget cinema .blogspot.
.blogspot.
Yeah. .blogspot.com. And over on my channel, I post it every so often in the community tab. And you'll know it if people want to donate to the film. They go to that when they go to the donate page. It says donate to Walter Bosley for Lost Amazon Motion Pictures, and that's the right link. That way, I know.
Is this the correct link?
nobudgetcinema.blogspot.com. Yes, that looks right. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And I drive everybody to that donate button because that way I know when I see the donation that it's intended for the movie. Because sometimes
Right.
people will donate to other things that I do, but that one is the link for the film.
Excellent.
And it is, I want to caveat this, and you've seen the caveat that I wrote. It is a film that is for mature audiences.
Yes.
There's nudity.
It's not for kids.
It's not for kids. There's nudity. There's violence.
It's an R-rated film.
Very much so. Very much so.
And thank God for that.
Yeah. So I just don't, I don't want anyone to give and say, "Oh my," and then clutch their pearls and go, "Oh, I didn't realize."
Oh, I thought this was a family film.
Yeah. So no. And when I do screen it, I'll make it, the theater will make it clear that, no kiddies.
Oh, by the way, when you screen it, where will it be screened?
Hopefully again at the Fox Theater in Redlands. I'm hoping that I can make that happen again, the same theater. Last time, they had the previous owner who owned it then. There's a new owner now. They had their red carpet out front, and me and my cast and crew and I all dressed up. I had on the white dinner jacket, and the black tie, and we just made it a good time. We had somebody taking photos of us, And,
Sounds like but fun. It wasn't like the Chinese theater type thing.
No, but it's an old theater. It's been there since the silent era, so it was kind of cool. I'm hoping I haven't talked to the theater yet. I got to make the film first, but I'm hoping that that will still be available to me. If not, I'll find another theater.
What can you tell us as a filmmaker that original storytellers of their own device could use to their advantage as first-time movie makers?
Well, while he's thinking of that, I gotta bounce, Cardinal. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta be up in like 5 hours.
Oh my gosh!
But I did want to stop in here and hang out for a minute before I hit the sack. So,
well, we've been honored to have you, Nick.
Yep, it's been fun. Nice meeting you, Walter. Nice meeting you, Cam, and thanks again for the invite, Cardinal Sin.
Absolutely.
Yep, I'll be back for sure.
Every and any time.
Yep, you guys have a good night.
All right,
bye.
I would say that story is the most important thing, and tell a simple story. Now, that doesn't mean that the story can't have nuances and complications. It should. That's drama. But your basic plot, your basic point of your story, your basic story should really be simple. And that simple through line is what you're going to hang any of the complications and the dramatic, ups and downs on, like coat hangers, But the story, the script is the first and foremost, the most important thing, because that's going to fuel your energy to want to make the picture. I mean, the script I'm doing, I like it so much, and I've only allowed 2 people to read it, and they were blown away, and so I'm so excited to do this picture because I want to bring what's in that script. So, start with story, but also, particularly if I'm on that. I'm not even micro budget. I'm what you call no budget. Of course, it's got to, I spend money, but I'm below micro budget. I'm micro budget. So here's the thing. I'm almost 60 years old. Here I am getting ready to do this film, blah, blah, blah. Why am I doing this? Because from the time I was in junior high, when I got my first Super 8 camera, I've loved film.
Wait. Let me guess. You saw some of these movies.
Was that Ray Harryhausen? Oh yeah, I grew up watching that stuff. Yeah, that and Planet of the Apes, but mostly my dad was a big horror movie fan, so the family would be loaded in the car and we'd go to the drive-in and we'd see all the horror films. I grew up on horror cinema.
Oh yeah,
more than anything. But the reason I'm doing this now is because I loved filmmaking when I was in junior high. I love the experience of the watching. There's a special magic about amateur micro budget filmmaking. Is it creates its own atmosphere when you're watching it. It's like almost this fantasy element that you don't get like in a big studio picture kind of thing. And here's the thing I want to accomplish. I would like Hell's Bells and Kaleidoscope Grimoire and whatever other of these little films I get to do before I leave this world. I would like those movies to, long after I'm gone, long after I've died, to be among those weird, obscure, wonderful little movies that up and coming filmmakers learn about from other filmmakers. Hey, if you like those obscure movies that are really that will inspire a great filmmaker or you as a filmmaker, there's this guy Walter Bosley who he died 40 years ago, but he made these movies back in the whatever, and you got to see this shit, and that's what I'm hoping to do, is leave behind that kind of legacy, these obscure short features, but that are compelling to watch, and they inspire someone who goes on to be maybe a feature filmmaker for a big studio, right? So that when they have their big career and they're asked, what inspired you? When I was younger, I saw the films of this, Kubrick and Wells and these obscure little films, this movie by this guy, Walter Bosley, who nobody's heard of. That's the guy I want to be with these films.
It makes me think of, a lot of other underground, if you will, filmmakers that have toiled in their own coal mines and done everything they could to bring their vision to the silver screen. Ed Wood, not least among them. And I really get a hit of what you're saying.
Well, as the writer of Hell's Bells, writer and director of Hell's Bells, and now Kaleidoscope Grimoire that I'm starting, the hermetic, esoteric side of me, these particular stories, I also want the person viewing them. I don't want to just inspire future filmmakers, just that. I want that. But also I want the viewer to have an experience that talks to their subconscious, their psyche. And maybe they don't get the metaphorical part of my film on first viewing, but something compels them to go back and watch it again and again and again. Or if it does reach out and touch them because it flips a switch in their psyche or subconscious, that's also what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. That's with the subject matter that I make films about. That's what I'm trying to do with the content.
Right.
Is do something that reaches into the subconscious and the psyche, and underground films in the undercurrent of the mind, underground films for the undercurrent of the psyche, I guess you could say. And that's
I guess you could say you're acknowledging that you're before your time.
Well, I don't know if I'm before my time. I mean, there's been a lot of filmmakers that do what I'm attempting to do. I just want to join their ranks.
Maybe you're ahead of your time.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, the reason I like working in black and white and doing these retro period style films is the reason I like doing silent is it forces the viewer to pay attention to the visual storytelling.
Yeah.
That's what I like about silent films. You know, there's going to be a little bit of dialogue. Of course, there's going to be the intertitle cards, as they call them. But you have to really, it's the visual focus with the storytelling, but I'm also in love with I like the old German impressionistic cinema, of course.
Sure.
So I like the dramatic image. I love black and white photography. So, black and white film, of course, is an extension of that. So,
and speaking of black and white photography, I hope you will hang with us momentarily, but we do have a quick break to go to.
Okay.
And we'll be right back.
Okay.
Show your face is bold.
So we're back with Walter Bosley and Cam. And I wanted to read a couple of comments before we got back into the swing of things. Anti-derivative Jill says, I wish you could too, Captain Trek. I hope you figure out your computer situation soon. Captain Trek says, when I get my new computer in about a week, I will be back. That is good news. Awesome, Captain Trek. And while we still have you here, Walter, can we kind of get back to where we once belonged?
Specifically about the film stuff?
What we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, where did we leave off? Do you remember?
I think you were talking about the idea that you were going to shoot whatever the fuck you wanted.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I like working in this micro budget world is I can make the films I want. Which contributes to my nervousness when I, essentially make a film on donations, right? Because I feel like, okay, that's other people's money. And, to what degree am I beholden to them? So that's why, I make it clear, and the kind of donors I want are the kind of people that, are like to be donors to the arts. It's like, here, I like you. I like what I'm hearing. I want you to make your film. Here's the money. Go do your thing. Right. I'm not
with no strings attached.
No strings attached. And you'll get a screen credit if you want it. Some folks don't want it. They want, yeah, so
I'll take a screen credit.
Well, you're going to get one, unless you tell me no. But yeah, I like to, again, this goes back to, I've had a career. I've been doing publishing now for 20 years and writing, and so I have this new career doing that. I'm almost, I'm approaching 60 years old.
And now film.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lifelong love, and I'm approaching 60 years old, so it's like,
you keep saying that. You don't look a day over 42.
Yeah, right. My thing is, I'm going to make the movies that I damn well please.
There you go.
It's like I'm too old to be trying to make something for some ridiculous idea that, I'll have a career, in Hollywood.
If you want to make a movie in the Cthulhu mythos, you're damn well going to make a movie in the Cthulhu mythos.
And I'll tell you right now, if one of these, rich Hollywood types were to see one of my little films and say, hey, I want you to direct a feature film, an actual, hell yeah, I'd do it. I almost did it with Secret of the Amazon Queen. The producer, a guy in San Diego, insisted that I direct it. I was pitching him, with not the intention of me directing it, but he insisted that I direct it. He goes, it's your project. It's from your novel. It's your passion. He goes, I'm going to give you 10 times the money you're asking for, and I insist you direct it. Yeah. And came real close.
And how did that work out?
Well, that was in 2008. And without going into it, if you recall, back in late 2008 during an election year,
there was a major economic crash.
A major economic crash, and the already turbulent political atmosphere in America went off the charts. And, millionaires in America, the people with the kind of money to spend on stuff like this, had a legitimate reason to kind of pull back where things were going to land. Because if you recall, it was said that, we're going to tax the hell out of you guys, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So between the economy tanking, because that really hurt things, between the economy tanking and not knowing the direction that the new administration was going to take taxation and blah, blah, blah with the economy, you know, my guy was just one of those guys that he was a music producer as well as a sports promoter producer guy. He had to stop producing his music stuff that he was producing, and he backed up. He backed off.
He just kind of dried up, huh?
Well, he kind of had to protect what he had. He couldn't be taking chances with it because it was a time of it wasn't popular to be a rich person.
Right.
You know, go figure. In America, it's not. You know,
yeah,
it's a bad thing. But
the most capitalist nation in the world.
Yeah, and yet we have idiots.
God forbid you should make money.
Yeah, right. We got the idiots who are toying with Marxism, you know.
Right.
Anyway, or they think they want to. But so, you know, it didn't work out that time for that one. But anyway, that was then. This is now. I'm making.
Well, it's good to know that you had, you know, major venture capitalist interest in your work.
Remember, right now, my Empire of the Wheel nonfiction trilogy has been adapted into a dramatic TV series concept, and right now is with a major Hollywood producer who I'm not going to name because the producer developing this, who bought the rights to it and is developing it, she and I agreed that we would not name.
Did I mention, Walter, that I happen to be a classically trained screenwriter?
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I really am.
I'm going to make a note of that because, you know, she sells this series. The minute this series is greenlit, you know they're going to need writers on the staff. And
hey, man, I'm your guy.
So I will seriously, I will keep you posted on that.
Thank you.
And you know, if you, so I'm this close. I will say this: Netflix told her they wanted it right off the bat.
Wow.
They wanted to do a movie, and she's holding out for she goes, no, this is a series, but they wanted the property.
And she wants like a limited series.
She sees like at least 3 seasons. Yeah.
Cool.
Nice. And
you gotta put me in touch with this gal.
HBO is very much interested. It's been involved with
nice.
There is another thing going. So we're this close, but like everybody else,
when we're done and we get off air, you know, before you leave, just hang out and we'll talk.
Okay, I gotta take off here soon though because it's already after 3 here, and I gotta. But yeah, so just like everybody else, you know, when 2020 hit,
you know, I'll tell you what drives me crazy, Walter.
Yeah,
I'm very good friends with Tracy Torme. You know who he is.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm good friends with you. I'm good friends with, you know, Cameron Pasha and several, you know, big names in screenwriting in Hollywood, and I've been this close to getting series sold to the Sci-Fi Channel.
You know how it works.
You know, like Godzilla series on behalf of Toho, and things that led to the legendary Monsterverse that we now enjoy.
Right.
It would never have happened, believe it or not. It would never have happened if it hadn't been for the little group that I was the head writer for here in Lawrence, Kansas, working with a guy in Tokyo who was a legitimate Godzilla film director for Toho back in the day.
Cool.
And the fact that we got that close has burned my hide,
uh,
you know, since it almost happened.
Sometime I'm going to save this story for another time, but I'll have to tell you the whole story of how close I've been with Secret of the Amazon Queen. It'll break your heart, but because it's just, it's very
No, please.
that close. But the last 2 years, everything came to a screeching halt for several months in Hollywood. So
Sure.
everybody that had deals in the works and stuff, it's all getting back up to speed now. And
Right.
stuff. So we are this close to selling that series, and it's just fingers crossed that
The only thing I can ask of you is please remember that I am a classically trained screenwriter.
Absolutely.
I've been a classically trained screenwriter in exactly the opposite way that David Benioff isn't.
Oh, hey, before I forget, Tracy wrote Fire in the Sky, right? The film.
He wrote the screenplay, yeah.
Yeah. Did he work around the set at all, or did he have any?
All I can tell you is that there was massive studio interference when they found out that they were going to be using grays that were the same as, say, the grays in Communion or whatever. They freaked out, and they were like, we can't have aliens that look like anybody else's aliens. And so they made them change the way the aliens look. And if you're really interested, you can go back into my Masters of the Genre playlist.
Okay.
Where I'm interviewing Tracy Torme.
Oh, okay. Well, the reason
basically what he had to say was they didn't know anything about it, and all they knew was they didn't want to be like any other, alien abduction movie. And so, he experienced this on Intruders, which he wrote the screenplay for.
Yeah.
The miniseries that was based on the best-selling novel that Bud Hawkins wrote.
Yeah.
And this has happened on many occasions with Tracy Torme, to the degree that he even walked away from his own series.
Yeah.
He created Sliders,
right?
And in the second year, he went up against some producer that thought that he was higher and mightier than he was, and Tracy's reaction was, "Fuck you, I'm out of here."
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do that. The reason I bring it up and asked was a guy who I went to high school with was a friend, among my core 4 friends. We all hung out together and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was either I can't remember if he was the first AD or the second AD or something on Fire in the Sky. His name's Rocky Lane.
Oh, really?
But yeah, but he worked on that film, and I could be misremembering, but I seem to recall he was an AD on that film.
Mm-hmm.
And he and another couple of partners own a company called Duct Tape Media. Now they do industrials, commercials, and stuff. But I've known Rocky since high school, and I remember he worked on that film. So
I remember Tracy has mentioned him.
He has?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
Rockney O'Bannon?
No, Rocky Lane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrong Rockney.
Yeah. But
I
anyway,
couldn't imagine there would be more than one.
Yeah. I got to take off. I got to hit the hay.
All right.
And thanks for letting me jump in here. And
yeah. Is there anything you'd like to plug before?
I think you guys have my links to my books and the donate button for the film, and check out Walter Bosley channel at YouTube, and just that's it.
Great. Well, Mr. Walter Bosley, thank you so much for joining us here on Midnight to Midnight. It's not the the regular sort of thing that we do, but I'm very glad that you participated. And as Anti-Derivative Jill says,
good night, Jill.
You can subscribe to the Walter Bosley channel right here. And we'll see you next time.
All righty, Gil.
Take care, my friend.
You too.
All right. So we are now here with Cam. Hello, Cam. It's entirely possible he's asleep. Cam. Just thought it might work. I hope that gets made as well. Cam, are you with us? Cam, are you awake? Hello, Cam. Yeah, I hear some snoring myself. In any case, that was Walter Bosley, and he is not only a good friend of mine, but he does create his own books, and yes, I think he might be asleep. But he also makes movies based on his own research. So I would encourage anyone that's interested to visit the Walter Bosley channel on YouTube. That's literally what it's called. The Walter Bosley channel. And check it out for yourself. See if it's something that you're interested in. And now I am going to call in my mod, Anti-Derivative Jill, because I know that she has a link, and I have to follow. Walter Bosley with somebody. So unless Cam is awake, I'm going to have to ask Anti-Derivative Jill to join me. Cam sounds like he's getting nice and cozy with his pillow.
Yeah, I'm going to bed, Cardinal Sin, man.
Oh, you're awake.
You just woke me up with that.
Oh, okay.
I had fallen asleep.
Is there anything that you'd like to plug or anything before you go sleepy by?
Yeah, I'm going to be coming out with a new show. Not this week, but the following week. It's going to be called Crash Courses. And it's going to be me and just a single guest for an hour or longer talk about a single subject. That subject may range on varying topics, anywhere from unique hobbies to whatever they love the best is what I would like to talk about. And that may range from varying hobbies to specific characters within like the MCU or even the DCEU.
There's already a question for you.
Sure.
Who is your first guest?
I haven't determined that. It's still up in the air. I've invited several people to come on, and I haven't determined who my first guest will be. That's a decision that I plan to make tomorrow or the next day, after I talk to some of the individuals that I've approached to be on.
Mm-hmm.
I've invited several people to be on, and I've gotten a positive response from almost everyone. I know, Cardinal, that I wanted to approach you as well, and I would love to have you as a guest. I know you're very busy doing your own stuff.
I'd be happy to appear on your channel.
Excellent, man. Thank you so much.
Sure.
We'll nail down some details, like I was saying, either tomorrow or the next day. And I'm right now I'm organizing a calendar, and it's also when people might be available. So that's the other reason I don't know who would be first.
I'm a good person to be sort of your go-to guy when somebody else flakes out.
Right. Exactly. I totally understand that, and I appreciate
not that I couldn't be your first guest or a great first guest, but
I think you'd be a fabulous either first guest.
If somebody
or
flakes out, just let me know.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and I just really want to say thank you so much for having me on. I want to say thanks to all the guests and everybody who was in the chat. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And this is always a great time. You have some of the most unique and hard to get guests in YouTube. Between Tracy Torme and Rick the Unlimited
and Walter Bosley.
Yeah, I mean, and just all of the great guests. Deborah that you had on last week, she was such a great guest. You just really, really have, deep connections.
A laser-focused
interest in
whatever it is. Yeah.
And I can't say enough about what a great guy you are, what a great interviewer and host that you are.
Oh gosh, now I'm blushing.
And the way you guide a conversation so that it can take its natural course, and how you allow the participation of your audience to interact with where you're going in an interview or a conversation is highly unique and very, very watchable.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. You're one of the people that I admire highly. You know that. I've told you before. And I just like to say thanks. Thanks very much. Thank you for having me on, and thanks to the chat.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Would you ever consider, and I want you to be absolutely 100% honest with me.
Yeah.
Don't spare my feelings. Would you ever consider having Captain Trek on your show?
I would highly consider Captain Trek to be on my show. Actually, Captain Trek is the first person to ever have me on his show on YouTube. He had invited me on to be a guest to talk about chronic pain. That was the subject of the day. I'm someone who suffers from chronic pain, and I happen to be on.
As am I.
Yeah. I know. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but
yeah. Oh no! I just mentioned, me too.
Yeah. No,
just
definitely
to sort of,
I
get that hamster wheel moving.
I know a little bit about your experience, not as much as some others, but I do know that you suffer from chronic pain, so that's something that you could totally relate to. I love Captain Trek. I think he's a great guy.
I do too. I think he's highly underrated
and undersubbed.
I I personally can't wait to be a guest on his channel, and I know that you can't either.
Oh no, I would love to come back. The only thing that's preventing me, he usually does a mornings show, and it comes on pretty
Well,
early in the morning.
recently he's been doing later shows, like even into the evening.
Yes, I do know that, and that's something that I've seen recently.
It's been, I think, pretty recent.
Yeah, and but no, I love Captain Trek. I think he is one of the people that
Me
maybe
too.
want to do
I
this
think
thing.
he's one of the voices on YouTube that is really important for the rest of us to listen to, and that he provides many different points of view from the fan perspective that I think are,
Don't get enough attention.
They're must see TV, if you will. The guests that Captain Trek gets on, I couldn't even begin to, make an overture to say, hey, would you come on my show? Because I don't know them.
Right.
So.
No, I think Captain Trek is one of those people who's been very all-encompassing and very much all-welcoming to many different people.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Been one of the people who, has been willing to give people a chance to come on and just speak on the topic or speak from the heart. And I think that's a very unique and very valuable, a very unique and very valuable place to come from. And the places that he gets his guests from are the same. They are very unique and individual and have something very interesting to say.
Agreed. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I think we've had a pretty good run at 5.5 hours. It's now 5:30 a.m. in the Central Time Zone. So I am going to call it. And for Cam
Bye.
And Walter Bosley and Auntie Derivative Jill, it's
Bye, Jill.
Cardinal Sin out.